A very warm welcome to the Nasscom Global Confluence 2025, Forging Global Alliances for Tech Leadership. We are thrilled to host this remarkable event today, bringing together a convergence of bright minds and industry leaders. It is an exciting opportunity to discuss, collaborate, and shape the future of technology leadership on a global scale. Before we begin, let me thank our Confluence partners, NRW Germany, NSW State of Australia, Nagaro, Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, and Business Sweden. Let me also take the opportunity to thank the NSC brand partners, state partner, Government of Maharashtra, awards partner, MetaCube Software Private Limited, platinum partner, LinkedIn, knowledge partner, Grant Thornton, delegate kit partner, Cognizant Technology Solutions India Private Limited, innovation partner, Data Foundry Private Limited, tech ecosystem partner, STPI, speaker lounge partner, Prism Force, associate partners, Integra Software Services Private Limited, NetWeb Software Private Limited, In-App Information Technologies India Private Limited, Amzure Infotech Private Limited, Outsourcing Hub India, PB Tech Impact Solutions Private Limited, Apsys Information Technology Private Limited, Net Solutions India Private Limited, IDS Infotech Limited, TUDEP Technologies Private Limited, XFlow, and our award supporting partner, India SME Accelerator Network, ISAN. A huge round of applause, please, for all of them. Like they say, coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. Today, we are all set not just to begin, but to progress and to succeed by forging global alliances that will chart the future of tech leadership. This year's theme, Forging Global Alliances for Tech Leadership, underscores the importance of collaboration and partnership in a rapidly evolving technological landscape. The future of technology lies in our ability to build bridges across countries and industries, creating a global ecosystem that fosters innovation and growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also proud to share that as part of accessibility mandate, Nasscom provides sign language interpretation services to all its conferences across India by professionals from ASLI, the Association of Sign Language Interpreters India. Let me thank Manisha, Atul, and Saurabh from ASLI who are joining us here. A lot of you have also been a part of the GTD initiative. Let's take a moment to have a quick glimpse of its journey. I request the AV team to play the video, please.
In today's connected world, businesses are no longer confined by borders. Indian tech enterprises are going global, and Nasscom is paving the way. Through our Global Trade Development Initiative, Nasscom is enabling the industry to reduce the time to market. Combined with enhanced credibility, we are making international growth more attractive for the Indian tech industry. Our vision is to establish India's tech ecosystem as the world's trusted innovation partner by implementing proactive policy interventions to reduce ease of doing business challenges, targeted market development, and forging strategic alliances. We ensure Indian tech companies sustain their growth and identify opportunities and partnerships worldwide. Our targeted market development programs have opened doors to emerging markets like Germany, Australia, UAE, and Canada, giving businesses a foothold in these markets and established markets like the US and UK, enabling Indian SMEs to establish a global footprint. GTD's market access platform provides members with soft landing space in various strategic locations, providing office space, partner and ecosystem connects, and legal and regulatory compliance support. Participation in global expos offers strategic insights and connects with potential clients, enabling faster go-to-market and building brand Indian tech globally. This multifaceted approach, combination of policy advocacy and go-to-market programs, strengthens India's global footprint, ensuring sustained growth and lasting success. At Nasscom, we're not just connecting businesses, we're shaping the future of India's global technology story.
What an inspiring story. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for the day, please join me in welcoming Mr. Rajesh Nambiar, President, Nasscom, as he shares his insights on what makes India the ideal partner of choice for the global tech ecosystem, as well as the technological shifts and opportunities presented as of the day. A huge round of applause, please.
All right, good morning. This is a fabulous day, and then I'd spent some time, came a little bit early, and then I was spending some time with folks around, and I also spent some time where we actually had the group of networking was going on. Just amazing to see how much camaraderie, and how much of a great conversation which was going on in each of those tables. Look, I think we have come a long way in terms of how Nasscom looks at our broader agenda as to what we are designed for, what we should be actually doing. And if you would have seen over the last several months, or maybe even last couple of years, we've kind of shifted into looking at outside of the country a lot more than within the country in some sense. The reason is not because one is more important than the other, but the issue is we all live in an interconnected world today, which is going to have a lot more influence on what we do as businesses. And it is important for us to make sure that our companies, our membership, have the right access to the rest of the globe. And I always said this, and I remember mentioning this in the last NTLF that we had as well. There has never been a time in period where the global political agenda has played a bigger role in businesses than ever before, right? So, I mean, we're seeing that the geopolitical shift, the geopolitical nature of what we do has so much more influence in what we do as businesses. So I just want to take a couple of minutes to sort of give you this whole, the global technology shift that I'm seeing, and then I'm sure all of you are seeing as well, and then how these have, the reason, every country, and including India, how do you make sure that we are able to pivot into something new, something more exciting, something which is so relevant in the marketplace, and how do you make those shifts at the same way? How can Nasscom enable some of that and play as a catalyst role? And then eventually, how can we leverage each other, if you may, in some sense, to make sure that all of us progress in the broad ecosystem, if you may. No, I think today the world is in a bit of an inflection point than ever before, and all of you would agree with that. And some of the technology is actually playing a lot more influence on the economic models that we are seeing in every country, and we'll see why. We start with AI and generative AI, which all of us, I mean, you can't have a speech anywhere in the world today, irrespective of what you're talking about, you got to talk about generative AI, and now maybe even agentic AI and so on and so forth. But I think the influence that we've had, just these technologies, AI, artificial intelligence, and the sort of related technologies, if I may put it that way, it has actually doubled starting when you look at from the first half of 2024 to where we are, and actually growing roughly about 7x year on year. So that's amazing in terms of how much of influence this technology has actually had on the industry broadly. But while that gets a lot of mind share on the media share, let's not forget that cybersecurity, the broad, the good old cloud technology, all of them are are making a huge difference, and they've been growing at a fast pace in many ways. And this global, even the cloud computing market is going to exceed $1 trillion by 2028 globally. And then the Indian cybersecurity market has actually already reached 6 billion in 2023, and then it's growing at a faster clip as well, especially given the context of AI and what the cybersecurity means for AI in many ways. I won't list all the technology, but I believe that there is a lot going on in our space with sustainability and the green tech, connectivity by itself, and what 5G and the related technology around IoT, etc., has been making a lot of strides. But I do want to talk about talent and the digital skilling, which is such a critical component of it. And later on, I saw Dr. Abhilasha sitting here. I think she's going to have a session on what really skilling means at a broader scale for the country, and what we do in Nasscom, and the influence of some of this into what we do. But the question we want to ask is that how do countries prepare themselves to address this, both the technology shift as well as the need for such a high quality innovation, high quality talent base, and how do you make sure that we are able to play a role? And I believe that a country like India continues to be a partner of choice for the global tech ecosystem. And you saw the beautiful video. I'm seeing it for the first time. I think Shivendra sort of made it when I wasn't around. So very nice video, by the way, Shivendra. I can give you an open compliment that you've you put together something which is very nice. But it is important for us to know. I think there is a few things that you would have seen, that is that the criticality and the importance of India as a nation and what we play in this space. As you know, that the India tech industries last year, I mean, we always give our accounting year, as most of the non-Indians would need to know, is we run from April 1st to 31st of March every year. And then when we end the year in the next couple of weeks from now, we would have ended the broader industry roughly about $283 billion of the industry size itself. Of course, this is a significantly large, and then it's growing. It isn't growing as it was growing a couple of years back, of course, but given everything else, I think we're still growing. This industry is coming to a point where we've even kind of said that we will cross the 300 billion mark next year, right? So that's all good news broadly. And I believe that even our digital economy, if you take India as a digital economy, India as a broader GDP, and the digital economy part of the GDP is going to exceed $1 trillion by 2030, which is still a very, very large number in terms of how we are going to be looking at some of this. Now, I believe that there are a few things which makes India very, very unique, and then a major participant or a very trusted partner for the global ecosystem. And I'll list out a few of them, and there are many, but I will have actually call out two or three which comes to our mind in Nasscom. First is obviously the India's unmatched technology talent pool, which is, of course, all of us know this. This industry employs roughly about 5.8 million people as of today, and it continues to grow. I mean, we were at 5.4 million last year, so we grew by about a little bit more this time around. And we are 28% of the global STEM talent market worldwide. So 28% of the STEM market and 23% of the software engineering talent, they're all housed in India today. So which is very good. Not just that from a talent point of view, but also this particular group of people have also filed over 90,000 patents in the fiscal year 2024. And of course, goes without saying that our university ecosystem, our government, and the industries sort of work together in making sure that this happens broadly. The second point around why we believe that we are a critical partner in the broader global tech ecosystem is also because of the thriving startup and innovation ecosystem. 32,000 plus, roughly about 34,000 startup companies, technology startup companies are in India today, which is a very large number. We're the third largest startup ecosystem globally. But what is more interesting for me is the 3,600 or so what we call deep tech startup, which means that these are fundamentally strong startups which are rooted in technology such as artificial intelligence, quantum, and whatnot. So they're doing a phenomenal service to broadly expand our innovation positioning within the global partnership, if you may. The third one is around very, very strong digital infrastructure. And as most of you know, India takes a lot of pride in what we've been able to build, what is called digital public infrastructure. All of you, people who are actually living in India would witness this, firsthand, whether it is the identity layer that we've been able to build, and on top of that, all of the different layers, whether the payment layer with UPI, and the fact that we've been able to build the commerce layers on top of that. There are numerous, I don't want to go through the stack, but it is a critical component of what the digital economy depends on, and the critical component of how the digital economy grows over a period of time. So very, very important for us to ensure that we are able to do that very well and leverage it for the greater good of what we do for the country and for the nation. So that's a third point I want to make sure that, which contributes to the broader theme that I was talking about. And the fourth, and I'll stop with the four, would be the global partnership and trusted delivery capabilities that this country has been able to put together. And of course, while everybody is familiar with the Indian service provider ecosystem, what people are not familiar would be the level of engineering talent that we've been able to build over a period of time. The level of what we used to call GCCs, which is Global Capability Centers, roughly about 1,760 of those GCCs. They've all been thriving in India, and then this is growing at a much faster clip than even the service provider ecosystem. So there's a lot happening within the country, and I believe that there is so much that we could do more as we move forward. And then, of course, the role of Nasscom is to make sure that we are able to support this, play the catalyst role. And again, as I said, this conference is a great example of how do we bring together the interested parties and make sure that we help to grow the broader ecosystem. So I won't belabor the point, but today we have roughly about 200 or so tech companies in this room, both large, medium, small, all of them. I'm very glad that we were able to do it. I'm also very, very happy to know that there is a ton of you from outside of India as well today. Australia, Germany, Israel, Malaysia, Sweden, UK, the US, United Arab Emirates, Dubai, and the likes, and of course Vietnam, and then of course there are a few countries. I'm sure I left out the names, but not for lack of anything else, because my memory couldn't hold more than that, and my list didn't have many of the names as well. But I just want to make sure that Nasscom is also begin to have what is called dedicated country councils outside of India. We began that with the UAE in Dubai a couple of months ago. We've finalized one in the UK. We're going to do one in the US. I think these councils will help us to sort of drive some of our global presence, if you may, a global structuring of what we already do, and also making sure that we are able to do a lot more as we move forward. So in conclusion, I want to say that these partnerships that we build on trust, talent, and technology is going to be that much more critical as we move forward. Look, there is no growth for anybody, any industry or any country, without technology being the leader, if you may. So every GDP growth that you're going to see from now on, or even to some extent, even last 1 year, was always technology-led in some sense. So irrespective of, I didn't even comment on the global geopolitical ecosystem and the influence that they will have on all of us. But I think irrespective of how you see that, the growth is going to be led by technology. And then we are here as technologists, most of us, will have to make sure that we are pivoting into the things which matter the most, and then truly enable the growth for the industry. So with that, thank you once again, and for taking the time to be here. Absolutely thrilled. You're going to have a phenomenal conference. Again, by the way, I also want to thank Trivandrum and the team to pulling it together. This is a great beginning, if you may, in some sense, of structuring it, making it very formal, how we address this as we move forward. And again, thanks once again for being here, and wishing you a very, very good conference. Thank you.
Request you to take the seat, sir, as we invite our other panelists on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Felix Newgart, CEO, North Rhine-Westphalia, that is NRW Global Business. Glad to have you join us, sir. Dr. Manas Human, CEO, Nagaro. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Diego Morales, Indiana Secretary of State, USA. Thank you for gracing the stage with your presence, gentlemen. Germany, as we know, has consistently ranked amongst the top innovators in technology, and India stands out as one of the fastest growing tech hubs in the world. The collaboration between these two powerhouses holds immense potential for groundbreaking advancements and economic growth. Next, we will delve into the future of this promising Indo-Tech Germanship. For that, let me invite Mr. Felix Neugaard, CEO of North Rhine-Westphalia Global Business, who will share his perspectives on innovating together for a sustainable digital future. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Dear Raja Nambia, President of Nasscom, dear Mr. Human State Secretary Morales, dear Shivendra, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's actually not only a great honor, but also a great pleasure for me to speak here at the Nasscom Global Confluence for the first time. And as we have just heard and seen actually from this movie, this platform is, I think, a great event, not only a hall packed with tech and digital competence from India, but also an event that has a spirit of international, of global cooperation. And therefore, I'm very glad here to speak about the topic which has already been mentioned, India and Germany. I think a very good match, innovation together for a sustainable and digital future. And at the heart of this conversation between India and Germany, I think, lies a very, very powerful synergy. On the one hand, India has a dynamic digital ecosystem, and the figures have been mentioned, very impressive. But on the other hand, Germany, we have also an industrial and technical leadership, and together, to bring these things together, like the digital capabilities of India, this manufacturing, technological, industrial strength of Germany, I think this is really could make for a very, very powerful combination for the future. Of course, India and Germany have been collaborating for many, many years, decades in business, trade, technology. We have more than 1,000 German companies being invested here in India. And on the other hand, we see more recent Indian companies coming to Germany. Alone in my state, which is Germany's largest, North Rhine-Westphalia, we have over 130 Indian companies who are invested in our state. But I believe we are set. We are at the beginning of a process to really deepen, accelerating this cooperation, to work together for digital transformation, to harness green technologies, and to bring about sustainable innovation. So why do I think that we are like at this threshold? I think there are two reasons which have already mentioned by Raja, like the international environment, which definitely will push us to accelerate diversifying our economic relations. Second, of course, we have this big technological revolution with AI coming left and right, which is providing a huge challenge for many traditional companies. But third, and I think this is most important, I think both India and Germany have really to bring something to the table for our common global future. India, it has been mentioned, I mean, your digital revolution is undeniable, very impressive. You mentioned the figures, Rajiv, and there's nothing for me to add. I spent the last 2 days in Bangalore for the third time, I think, in so many years, and I'm always impressed by this huge, innovative, pulsing ecosystem of startups which is growing there and which is really a huge potential to tap into. So India really has something to offer for the world, including for Germany. But on the other hand, I think this is also very important. We in Germany, and particularly in North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany's largest state, Germany's most industrialized, Germany's most innovative region, we have also something to bring to the table. We are very advanced in manufacturing, in engineering, but also in sustainability. We have a program, a plan to become the first green, to become the first net zero, carbon zero industrial region in Europe. And North Rhine-Westphalia is, as said, Germany's largest state, both in population and in GDP. We bring 20% of Germany's GDP, and we are very also very much advanced in digital technologies, like sales of around 15 billion euros annually already now and growing fastly. We are very good in sustainable solutions. We have like sales revenues of about around 30 billion euros in the sustainability area, and we are becoming increasingly a hub for innovation in smart manufacturing, in automation, and in digitalization. Now, AI is being leveraged across all sectors in North Rhine-Westphalia. Many manufacturing fields, such as healthcare, chemicals, automotive, hydrogen. Across the board, we begin to use to harness AI solutions, and there's a huge potential for companies, for service providers, for innovative solution providers from India to tap into this potential and to work together with our companies to deliver cutting-edge solutions for the future. Now, I think the table is set. There is great potential on both sides. Now, where do I think are the main areas for collaboration? Where could we do best to work together? And I see three key areas in this regard. First, I think it's Industry 4.0, manufacturing. Germany is definitely a huge manufacturing location. North Rhine-Westphalia is, if you will, the heart of European manufacturing, which is a huge manufacturing sector, 10,000 companies, 1.3 million employees still alone in our state being employed in the manufacturing sector, combined sales of 360 billion euros only in the manufacturing sector. So this, I think, provides a huge opportunity for Indian companies to develop digital solutions for Industry 4.0, for manufacturing, for supply chain challenges, for anything related to manufacturing. You will never, or nowhere in Europe, you will find such a wealth of companies, innovative companies, most of them medium-sized companies with such a wealth of data, such an experience in manufacturing, and also with such challenges in bringing this manufacturing to the future. Second, I think also important is green technologies and smart cities. We must turn together, I think, both India and Germany, our focus towards green technologies to reach the carbon zero goals, which have been agreed upon internationally. And here, digital innovation in renewable energy, in smart grids, in e-mobility definitely will play a central role for both nations, both India and Germany, to move forward. And I see here really a big field for pioneers from India and German clean tech firms to join forces, to move, to work together, to innovate together, and to develop solutions to make our both states, both countries more green and bring us towards our decarbonization goals. And this especially, I think, goes for the smart city part. We need to build smarter cities, and being here in India, you know what I'm talking about, which are more energy efficient, which are more sustainable, but also more resilient. And third sector, I think, where we have a lot to offer to each other is cybersecurity and digital trust. I mean, we've been hearing a lot about the great digital innovation potential here in India. I think with digitalization, there come also some challenges for cybersecurity, for digital trust, and as we advance into the digital age, I think it's very important that we secure our data, that we protect the digital infrastructure, and that we ensure also privacy. And this is something, I think, where we have also, from both sides, potential. My state, North Rhine-Westphalia, is home to a number of institutions in this regard. We have two strong clusters with cybersecurity companies, very leading, actually, on a at least European, even global scale in the cities of Bochum and Bonn. We have the European Blockchain Institute, and we are quite advanced also when it comes to quantum computing. We have Europe's first quantum computer. We will have in a few months Europe's first exascale computers, next generation of quantum computers. So I think here's also something where we can both bring something to the table and work together towards ensuring these goals of making this digital innovations fit and handleable for the future by investing in cybersecurity and digital trust. So, put it together, I think Indian tech talent, Indian companies are making already a significant contribution to our business ecosystem, both in Germany and in North Rhine-Westphalia. And we have all the major players are on the ground in our state. But I think we can move further here, and this is why we have teamed up with Nasscom, and this was also in the movie, to bring more of medium-sized, young startup companies from India to our state and to match them with the potential which I've just been describing with the companies, many of them also medium-sized and also small, which are present in our state. And I'm convinced that this will unlock new opportunities for co-creation and for digitalization. And I'm really I'm confident that this partnership, if we take it in the future, will bring us on the right track. We are working to establish a dedicated roadmap with Nasscom, with Trivandrum. He's not there, but you know him, you all know him, with Trivandrum, on how to achieve this matching between medium-sized company from India and from North Rhine-Westphalia. And we believe that this is the right way to proceed, and this is something which holds a lot of potential, probably also for some of you present here today. I would like to wish us now a very successful conference, a very compelling conversations, and I hope that we can together contribute a little bit to innovate today for a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Newgard, for that very eclectic address. Did you know that companies with diverse teams are 45% more likely to report increased market share over the previous year? This statistic underscores the critical importance of diversity in driving business success. Let me invite Dr. Manas Human, CEO, Nagaro, who will share valuable insights on scaling up while diversifying and spotlighting multicultural success stories. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Human to the stage.
Thank you so much. Diversity is a hot potato right now as a word, but it's really important. But I would like to, just start perhaps by thanking you for having me. This idea of global alliances, this topic of global alliances that we have today, reminds me of how I got interested in this sector in the first place. I was in the US, in California, studying, and the university student body was highly global, highly international. I remember in one particular course, our project team had one person from Russia, one person from China, one person from France, and me. And we were all different, right? And it was fantastic. And then one day, my roommate said, there's this crazy Russian student who I want to invite for dinner. Is it okay? And I said, yeah. So I actually cooked chicken curry that day for Sergey Brin, before he was Sergey Brin of Google, right? So that diversity of opinions, the diversity of ideas, is what makes US universities so fantastic. And Diego was also talking about that. I think one of the things I would like to say as an aside is that in India, our universities are really hemmed in attracting top graduate students and faculty from around the world because of visa restrictions. And if there's the government people here who can help that, that would be really, really important, because not just in engineering, but also in fundamental sciences, I think we really need to open up to the world. We need to have that confidence to open up to the world. But I think that's the, context I want to drive today about global alliances. And the learnings from the Valley, the learnings from the startup culture of the Valley really influenced how we built our company. We wanted to be agile like a startup. We happened to have Ward Cunningham, who is the inventor of the wiki and one of the signers of the Agile Manifesto, as part of the, he used to share an office with us. We got that influence. We wanted to be entrepreneurial within the company. We wanted to have this sort of more alliance building and informal partnerships within the company rather than command and control. We wanted to be different in that way because they already were very big, large companies that were doing a very process-driven, large-scale kind of transformations very well. We wanted to be very agile, entrepreneurial, and we wanted to be global. So this was one of the things that we really thought was a key thing that we wanted to build. Just like that Silicon Valley, just like the project team, we wanted to be global. So global as a small company starts with friends. You know, a friend introduces you somewhere, you're just relying on your friends for your network. And that's how, Felix, you're in your town of Freiburg, where Felix is from. We got a client via a friend, and we used to frequent the Jaipur restaurant, which was the only Indian restaurant for a long time in Freiburg, in Germany. But then similarly, you know, friends all around the globe, right? That's one type of global alliance. The second is with clients. You know, clients referring you to clients that they know, or within the client going from one country to another country, and thus expanding your footprint of countries. So there was this whole thing with clients. As you get larger, you start to do M&A. And when we did M&A, we looked at, you know, different countries, you know, the Middle East, Dubai, or Philippines, or China, or Romania, or Norway, or Germany, Austria, yeah, just all over the world, right? So we built that with M&A. With shareholdings, we had a German shareholder, which is why we are today listed in Frankfurt. So with shareholdings, we built this global sort of footprint. And then, you know, also with the idea that you're aligning with different kinds of, with clients also in different ways. So a lot of companies obviously instinctively sell to clients. But if you are able to sell with clients or solve some of their other adjacent problems, then you build deeper relationships with them, deeper alliances. And of course, there are the normal technology alliances that we all know of, right? So in that way, step by step, with this real focus on wanting to be agile, entrepreneurial, and global, and keeping that vision for 20 plus years, I think we were able to build a company that was able to survive and somehow succeed in a hyper-competitive world where there's a lot of different players that are all great companies, and you want to sort of carve out your own identity in that space. So today, Nagarro is, our leadership team has 16 nationalities. We operate in 35, 38 countries. We have clients in about 75 countries, so highly global, right? In fact, our mission statement is to eliminate distance between intelligent people. A little bit like what this conference is trying to do, but to eliminate distance between intelligent people. And the idea is that it's not just about a means to an end. In some ways, it's an end in itself. I mean, that connection of people, that forming of alliances in a world that is really torn apart by all kinds of, you know, identity clashes, etc., that itself is a contribution. So it's a purpose. And so, you know, another motto that we often use is thinking breakthroughs and building bridges. You know, I think that forming of alliances today, or at least for us, has been in the last 20 years, a really important part of our success. But now as we look to the next 5 years, and we look at Gen AI, the mandatory reference to Gen AI that Rajesh said we all have to make, I think that it's a highly disruptive moment. It's a highly disruptive moment. I mean, geopolitically also it's a highly disruptive movement, but technologically it's a highly disruptive movement. So IT services has a chance of being really disrupted. So the whole, some of the concepts have a chance of being disrupted. You know, how do individuals work? How do teams work? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Then product companies are being disrupted because the product that you build with a lot of investment can be rebuilt very easily, right? So product companies are being disrupted. Enterprises will be disrupted because other enterprises who use technology, like, you know, just like when automation came, companies that just were trying to automate their current processes reached one place. Companies that were really redoing their entire design for automation, they reached another level of success. The same is going to happen with Gen AI. Consulting is going to be disrupted because knowledge is easily available everywhere to everyone, right? So I think in the middle of all this disruption, the question is, especially in IT services, what are we trying to do, right? What are we trying to achieve? And I just think that, you know, this wholesale disruption is a tremendous opportunity for newer companies, smaller companies, companies with fresh thinking. I think I mean, at least I have a bias towards agility and entrepreneurship and global working, but I personally do believe that the companies that will succeed in the future will be companies that will be able to build teams with different kinds of people, you know, multi-skilled, multi-knowledge, multilingual, multinational, multi-everything, right? They will be able to connect the dots and create partnerships within their own organizations, between different teams, between different capabilities, between different countries in a fluidic way, right? So that's going to be very important. And then outside, we're going to be making all these kinds of relationships, trying to sell with clients, help clients change, work with partners, work with different agencies, trying to just bring change, make change across the world, right? So I think from an obsession with software and software engineering, in some ways we are going to planet re-engineering and software as a tool, but there are other tools and that we also have to use, right? And this planet re-engineering, in conclusion, is not something that any one of us can do by ourselves. We do not have the knowledge, we do not have the capability, we do not have the access, we do not have the confidence even perhaps. But together, with these alliances, we can do a lot. We can do pretty much everything, right? So I think that the kinds of global alliances that we are discussing today and trying to nurture through this session today are going to be very critical in the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Human, for that very insightful address. The relationship between the United States and India has been a cornerstone for mutual growth and innovation, with bilateral trade reaching new heights each year. This partnership continues to open doors for technological collaboration and economic development. Next, we have Mr. Diego Morales, Indiana Secretary of State, USA, who will discuss the evolving dynamics and opportunities in the state of Indiana. The stage is all yours, sir.
Well, thank you. Well, namaste. Hello, New Delhi, India. So good to see you all here, and it's so good to be here back in New Delhi. Many people asked me this morning, is this your first time? And I said, no, I've been here before. So it's so good to be back here. First of all, thank you to Nasscom President Rakesh Nambiar. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for all you do. To honorable officials, esteemed guests, and friends, it is truly an honor to be here with you today as we gather to discuss the growing relationship between the great state of Indiana, the United States of America, and India. My name is Diego Morales. I am proud to be Indiana's 63rd Secretary of State, the first Hispanic, the first Latino Secretary of State in the history of Indiana, the first man of color elected to a statewide office holder, and I'm making history nationwide as the first immigrant with an accent Secretary of State in all United States. Now you tell me if that's not progress. You know, as I said earlier, I've been in India before. I was so impressed by the beautiful country and the kind people. And I'm truly blessed to again visiting your beautiful country. But this time, it's a little more special because with me is my wife, my beautiful wife, Sidonia, who is with me today, as well as part of our delegation is a very successful entrepreneur man, Fabio de la Cruz from Indianapolis, very successful man who is here representing as well. And of course, my good friend Raju Chintala, who makes things happen here in India and Indiana. Now, as Secretary of State of Indiana, I have witnessed firsthand the tremendous potential of our collaboration, and it is with great pride that I stand before you today to highlight the importance of this relationship. The United States and India share a strategic partnership built on a foundation of shared values and mutual respect. Our nations are deeply connected by trade, technology, and a commitment to peace and prosperity. Indiana values its relationship with India, not only for the significant economic, academic, and cultural exchanges, but also for the opportunity to work together in fostering mutual growth. The state of Indiana, or should I say Indiana's trade relations with India have become stronger and stronger over the years. with Indiana exporting billions of dollars worth of goods to India. This includes some key industries, such as pharmaceuticals, automotive parts, and agricultural products, all of which strengthen the ties between our two great nations. In Indiana, I'm proud to say we have seen an increase of Indian investment in our state. Several Indian companies have picked Indiana, perhaps because of the name, Indiana. Indian companies have picked Indiana, creating jobs and strengthening our economic ties. These mutual investments is a testament of the deepening trust and collaboration between Indiana and India. In Indiana, we understand that technology is essential to build a more efficient, transparent, and secure government. We also recognize the incredible opportunity for collaboration between Indiana and India in technology. Now, part of my responsibilities is I am the Chief Election Officer. I am deeply committed to ensuring that our elections are secure, transparent, and accessible. Technology plays a crucial role in safeguarding the integrity of the election process, ensuring that every vote is counted fairly and accurately. We continually evolve in our election systems, incorporating advanced cybersecurity measures to protect voter data. We also rely on technology for voter registration, identity verification, and election audits, ensuring that every step of the process is secure and transparent. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate India on its remarkable achievement in doing the world's largest election with over 900 million eligible voters. Indiana is proud to be a leader in key advanced industries, including manufacturing, life sciences, and logistics, industries where India is an important partner. By continuing to strengthen our tech collaboration, we can enhance bilateral trade and investment, creating new opportunities for growth and innovation. The Secretary of State's office in Indiana has also embraced digital transformation, utilizing technology for business filing. As I said before, according to Forbes magazine, Indiana was named as the #1 state to start a business. Where do you start your business? In the Secretary of State's office. But also, when it comes to election management and cybersecurity, we are constantly exploring new innovation to streamline the way we do businesses in government, to better serve the people of Indiana. I see a tremendous potential for collaboration with India in these areas to drive progress. Now, there is an immense opportunity for both of our nations to strengthen our technological ties, which starts with joint initiatives in areas like IT, cybersecurity, fintech, and digital infrastructure. We encourage collaboration between academia, business, and government because we believe it will allow us to continue pushing the boundaries of what technology can achieve. As we look forward to the future, Indiana is committed to further strengthening trade, investment, and technology partnerships, not only with India, but with many, many other countries all across the world. The US-India relationship is prepared for even greater collaboration, and I am excited about the possibilities ahead for both of our nations. Together, we can continue to build a partnership that benefits our economic and the people we serve. I would also like to say a heartfelt thank you. Thank you to all of you for investing in our great state and in our great country. I would like to take this opportunity to invite each of you to come and visit Indiana, to come and visit Indianapolis, because Indiana is open for business. We welcome you. Thank you for your time and for the opportunity to be a part of this important conversation. I look forward to continue growth and success of our partnership. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Mr. Morales, for that very special address. Let me also tell you that if we translate Indiana, it's made of two words, India Ana, which in Hindi means keep coming to India. Well, I now request Mr. Rajesh Nambiar, President Nasscom, to felicitate our speakers. Mr. Felix Newgart, capturing the moment with a picture. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. Manas Human. Mr. Diego Morales. Thank you, sir, for doing the honors. We shall now break for a quick networking tea and reassemble here at 11:25 for a very exciting session. And I also request our speakers to join the speakers lounge for your tea break, please. Thank you. See you on the other side, everyone. Also, let us capture the moment with a group picture.
Jitin Prasada joining us in the next 3 to 4 minutes. And so we've sort of shortened the networking break. Can I please request everyone to take their seats? We'll be starting the next session very, very quickly. Thank you. We will have Shri Jitin Prasada, Minister of State for Commerce and IT. He'll be joining us very, very quickly in the next 2 to 3 minutes. And therefore, we've shortened the break. Can I please request all the delegates to take their seat? We'll be starting the next session very quickly. Thank you.
You to kindly get seated as we are about to welcome Honorable Union Minister Shri Jitin Prasad. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very special moment. We are indeed honored and privileged to welcome Honorable Union Minister Shri Jitin Prasad, Minister of State for the Ministry of Commerce and Industry and the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. His leadership has been instrumental in driving policies that enhance India's economic growth and digital transformation. Please join me in extending a very warm welcome to him. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again, sir. Let me also request Mr. Rajesh Nambiar, President, Nasscom, to welcome Honorable Union Minister Shri Jitin Prasad.
I was just saying that I'm going to be very, very brief because First of all, the minister does not require too much of introduction, and second, of course, we are short of time, so I want to keep it really brief. But I just do want to mention one thing. Minister of State for both Commerce and Industry as well as for Ministry of Information Technology. So this is, I was just talking to him about how he balances his time between these two. But for this conference, we couldn't have found a better person to come and deal with both of this. I mean, today, when you really see, we are talking about technology issues and the influence of that on the broader commerce, the tariffs and everything else that we're talking about. So we couldn't have found a better person than Minister Jitin Prasada to be with us today and address this. So without any further ado, Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rajesh. It's a pleasure to be here for the Nasscom Global Confluence of 2025. And here, Mr. Rajesh Nambiar with me on stage. And thank you for that short introduction and covering all the niceties which are not required in today's world. And of course, with me here in the conference, we have distinguished guests, esteemed leaders of global technology ecosystem, representatives of the foreign governments, ambassadors, economic development boards, high commissions, commissioners, captains of the Indian IT industry. A warm welcome, and it is a pleasure to be here with you today as we embark on a shared mission of forging global alliance that will propel technology, leadership, and future of innovation on international scale. Today, we stand at a pivotal moment, not just for India, but for the world, as we harness the power of technology to drive growth, bridge divides, and create opportunities that transcend borders. This event is more than just a gathering. It is a celebration of India's strength. It reflects our capacity for innovation, our resilience in the dynamic global landscape, and our visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. And under his guidance, India is not just adapting to digital transformation, but leading the charge of a Viksit Bharat, a developed economy, a self-reliant, and a technologically advanced India. And I'm particularly privileged to acknowledge the presence of our ambassadors, high commissioners, CEOs of multinational companies, whose perception underscores the global significance of this event, reinforcing the fact that India's technological journey is one of collaboration, partnership, and shared prosperity. The Indian IT industry is a testament to what vision, resilience, and ingenuity can achieve. In the fiscal year 23-24, this industry recorded a remarkable revenue of $254 billion, a figure that underscores its role as a global powerhouse. With a presence in over 80 countries and a track record of delivering cutting-edge solutions to over Fortune 500 companies, Indian IT firms have become synonymous with innovation, reliability, and excellence. Our strength lies in our highly skilled workforce, our deep expertise in emerging technologies, and our ability to partner with the world in its digital transformation journey. Our mantra is AI for all, is backed by concrete action. India is #1 in the world's AI skill penetration. Our AI skill index even outstrips the US and Germany, and the ambassadors here as well. One of the most truly transformative aspects of India's remarkable digital journey has been the visionary development and widespread deployment of our groundbreaking DPI, Digital Public Infrastructure. And you know, we call it the JAM Trinity in all my speeches. The JAM, J for the Jan Dhan accounts, which have gone to every nook and corner on every individual of the country. And we've ensured that the leakages in the system and the direct beneficiary gets the intended benefit that is required with our cash transfers. And then of course, the Aadhaar, the unique identification model, which also has been a great success, and we've done it at population scale. And with this kind of numbers, which are phenomenal, it's a great achievement for India to be on top of that. And of course, our mobiles, smartphones, about 600 million, and internet connectivity reaching about 900 to 1 billion. With this kind of numbers, India is intended to grow and be the use case capital as far as artificial intelligence is concerned. And I can also tell you, these numbers are big, but on the other front, on the other side, being in government is equally challenging, because the cyber security threat with these numbers is phenomenal. But that's where we need the confluence of these conferences happening from across the world, where we exchange best practices, ideas, and also information, which is key, because the cyber threats are faceless, without boundaries, and it is only befitting that all of us together face the challenge unitedly. I can also go ahead and tell you that it's just not about numbers, it's about impact. As nations across the globe embrace digitalization to modernize traditional sectors and fuel economic growth, India stands ready to be a strategic technology partner. Our companies are not just service providers, they are co-creators of future, building solutions that address the world's most pressing challenges, from healthcare to sustainability, from education to governance. The Nasscom Global Confluence is a bold step towards amplifying this potential. This event is more than a gathering. It is a strategic platform designed to empower India technology companies to accelerate innovation, expand their global footprint, and seize opportunities of an interconnected world. Of course, over the course of this day, you will engage with policymakers, market experts, stakeholders from the globe. You will dive into the in-depth market analysis, craft tailored to go-to-market strategies, build high-value connections that will shape growth trajectories. To our international partners who are here, representatives of foreign governments, economic development boards, and embassies, I extend a special welcome. Your presence here signals a shared commitment to collaboration. Together, we can unlock cross-border opportunities, foster synergies, and create ecosystems that benefit all our economies. India offers not just a market, but a partnership, one built on trust, innovation, and mutual growth. This is your opportunity to connect with 200 and 250, 300 IT companies, vibrant, ambitious firms ready to collaborate and invest in your markets. It is also a platform to showcase your success stories, demonstrate your support mechanisms for investors, position yourselves as strategic allies in India's tech journey. And as far as from the Government of India's point of view, this event reflects our unwavering resolve to position India as a global leader in technology. We are committed to creating an enabling environment through progressive policies, robust infrastructure, and focus on skill development that empowers our companies to compete and succeed on the world stage. Today, I invite you to use this confluence as a springboard to announce initiatives, forge partnerships, and signal to the world that India is open for business and ready to lead. And however, two focus areas which I wish to highlight is concerning research and development. And on that front, India needs to even work further and collaborate with the West and across the globe. And I urge everyone and all industry leaders here to ensure that our research is a primary focus, and that is the way forward. And as far as skilling goes, India has and is the skill capital of the world, and we are ready to share and go and venture across the world and contribute to the various sectors, given the enormous edge that we have on the skilling front. And we are also ensuring that for even the future skills programs reach every nook and corner to the last mile on the ground, to our villages, where our workforce should be ready to tackle and engage with the changes and the transformation that's happening across the globe in the tech front. And I can tell you also, like Rajesh has mentioned, that I handle twin responsibilities, one in the commerce department and the other in the IT. And these both are, I can say, the flavor of the season, where we are discussing and ensuring free trade agreements with various countries of the world. And I can tell you now that India stands on an equal footing. We have the stability of a great leadership under Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. These 3 terms consecutively winning, and after the 3 consecutive wins, 3 state elections, also with phenomenal mandates. Not that I'm trying to campaign here or tell you something about what my party is doing, but I'm just trying to tell you that the people of India and the diverse political spectrum that India does have to offer is solely and firmly behind the leadership of our Prime Minister, and there's stability of policies, and of course there's continuity of policies when you have a stable government. And where governments are changing every term, it is India's strength that we have a government which has successfully, in a vibrant democracy like India, attained the mandate for the 3rd time. So I can assure you on behalf of the government, our policies are trusted. The government is futuristic, and it's agile, and it's willing to listen and accordingly tune its policies and programs to ensure that it's inclusive, and we take along everybody within India and across the world. And of course, I can tell you, as far as the FTAs are concerned, some of them have been concluded, and some are in the pipeline, and some you will hear about in the next tweet. So, but I'm just trying to tell you that as far as India goes, we just don't talk about a 1.4 billion population anymore. We talk about a 1.4 billion aspirational India with that spending power. And that's what India has to offer today. It's the biggest market in the world. We have people who are willing to get a better standard of living, better quality products. India is not going to be that country which is going to, our people are not willing to take any more trash products being dumped into India. And that's where the strength of India lies. We want to ensure that our rural households also do get that kind of lifestyle where they have a washing machine in every house, they have an air conditioner, they have a fridge, they have a vehicle. So that's what India has to offer, and that's where we are headed. So, so I can tell you that there are great times and good times where India and the Indian people are the strength of our government, and we are collaborating across the world, ensuring that we get the best for our people, just like any other country would do, and we will leave no stone unturned. The priority of our country is, of course, the interests of our people, but India will fulfill all its international commitments with regard to contributing to whichever sector that it has the edge in. And of course, there's a lot of concern with regard to sustainability and renewable energy and climate change goals, which India is reaching much ahead of its tenure and its slated commitments that were in the Paris summit some time back. So now that I've given you the gist of what lies in the thinking of the government, I wish this Confluence all the best. I hope it reaches the exchange and collaboration not only in words, but actually on the ground. And we see some headway happening and transition happening and real collaboration and exchange of ideas, programs, so that ultimately the people of India and across the world benefit from this. So I thank you, Rajesh, for having invited me and giving me this opportunity to speak to everybody here. Only one regret that I do have is since Parliament is in session and I'm going to be leaving soon, sometime you'll have to invite me again so that there's an exchange of views and ideas, so that I also get to know, instead of me blabbing from here one way, I want to know what's in the minds and which way, like I said, the agile government that we have can get your views, your suggestions, and we can tailor-make the policies of this government accordingly. So thank you so much, and my best wishes to all of you.
1.4 billion aspirations fueled. Thank you very much for this very comprehensive address, sir, and for throwing light on the flavors of the season. I now request our Nasscom President, Mr. Rajesh Nambiar, to felicitate sir, please. Capturing the moment with the picture. Thank you for doing the honors, sir. Thank you once again, sir, for gracing us with your presence. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our panel discussion on the topic of profound importance, technology and geopolitics. Who is driving whom? As technology continually reshapes global power structures, understanding its impact on international relations is more vital than ever. Consider this: how are emerging technologies influencing global political strategies? Are technological advancements dictating geopolitical moves, or is it the other way around? What are the risks and opportunities that come with digital transformation of diplomacy? And most importantly, who holds the power in the intricate dance between technology and geopolitics? This exclusive panel comprises ambassadors and high commissioners who will share their invaluable insights on the shifting global power dynamics and the crucial role of technology. Let's explore these questions and uncover the layers of this complex relationship. To moderate this panel, let me invite on stage Ambassador Arun Kumar Singh, former Ambassador of India to the United States. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us, sir. Let me also invite our distinguished panelists on stage. His Excellency Philip Green, High Commissioner of Australia to India. His Excellency Dr. Philip Ackermann, Ambassador of Germany to India. A huge round of applause, please. Her Excellency Lindy Cameron, British High Commissioner to India. Thank you for joining us. Ambassador Arun Kumar Singh, the stage is all yours to take the discussion forward.
Thank you. The United States has said that its main economic, technological, and military rival is China, which is also the only country with both the intent and capability to challenge the US and to try to replace the US in the international system. Recently, the US Vice President Vance, when he visited Munich and Paris, criticized some social norms in Europe, supported some non-stream political trends in Europe, and also criticized the regulatory practices in Europe for holding back on innovation and technology development. In the Indo-Pacific, talk of ASEAN centrality is also accompanied by the Quad of India, Australia, US, and Japan striving to play a greater role and claiming to contribute to the global good. And we also have the new arrangement of AUKUS, Australia, UK, and the United States, looking at some path-breaking dimensions, hitherto sort of taboo dimensions of military cooperation. There's increasing talk of reordering of supply chains, of less of globalization of trade and production, and more of building trusted supply chains, secure supply chains, friend-shoring of production, reducing the existing concentration of production and technology development in certain areas. And in many bilateral relationships, it is increasingly said that technology is going to be the defining parameter for the relationship. Now, given this context, I think it's a very important opportunity for us to be able to speak to Ambassador and High Commissioners of some critical partners of India. So let me start with you, Ambassador Ackerman. Given what we briefly spoke about just now, how is Germany looking at the evolving developments with the tremendous disruption potentially of the security architecture in Europe? Are you looking at Germany and Europe working to develop independent technology stances, relationships, reducing the existing framework of partnership? And the competition from China. Germany, I remember some time back, the CEO of Volkswagen was asked about the problems in Xinjiang, and he said he had never heard of that, because obviously the heavy German investments in China in the automobile sector. But now the increasing competition from China, including electric vehicles. So given all that, how do you see Germany defining its efforts related to technology development in the coming period?
Thank you very much, Ambassador. And let me start by saying that Volkswagen is closing its factory in Xinjiang. I don't know whether you heard that, so for obvious reasons, it's not working there any longer. I think the last couple of years have taught us a lesson in many ways. It's all about supply chains, it's about concentration on in certain locations, in certain countries. It's also about the question whether you defend your sovereignty in many ways and how to try to reduce dependencies in areas where you have a concentrated power like China, but also the US to a certain extent. And therefore I think Germany and the European Union are very, very keen on having a framework and a network on how to develop critical technologies, how to be more independent from concentration in the supply chain, and that is a sea change in our national politics. We are now talking about de-risking, trying to not put all your eggs in one basket, also to regain technological national sovereignty. We are about to build a huge factory for semiconductors in Dresden right now with lots of public money. So that I think are developments that are very, very important, and we have made a strategic decision to become sovereign in our technology. Now that doesn't mean that you have to close up against the others. You have to remain open, but with the extremely surprisingly quick development on the technology and in the AI and cybersecurity markets, you have to try to keep a foot on the ground, and that's what we try to do. And that includes also regulation. You referred to J.D. Vance's speech in Munich, which in many ways was very surprising, but one element was clearly the anti-regulation aspect he wanted to make. He thinks that the EU regulates tech companies and technology too much, and I think there we have a quite deep disagreement between the US and us.
High Commissioner Cameron, the UK has always spoken of a special relationship with the United States. At the recent summit in Paris on artificial intelligence, it was the US and UK that did not go along with the joint statement that had emerged. There seems to be some distancing between US and Europe related to the potential European security architecture. UK is heavily invested itself in the European security architecture. In the Second World War, it was UK that had made the tremendous effort to also involve the United States in the efforts in Europe. So given all that, and given the disruptions of technology partnerships that are evolving. How is the UK positioning itself, particularly vis-a-vis US and Europe?
So I think the UK is in a very fortunate position at the moment to have fantastic relationships both with the US and with Europe. I was just with our National Security Advisor who was here for the Ricina Dialogue, and he was talking very warmly of his and the Prime Minister's recent visit to the US and the very close touch that the US President and the UK Prime Minister are in at the moment. But also, you can see in recent weeks and days the increasingly intense conversations going on about European security, and the UK is very proud to be part of those conversations. So I think we're in the very fortunate position to have strong relationships, and I think one of the important things in this rapidly evolving world is to have those partnerships and friendships where you can have these conversations. I'd also like to say it's fantastic to be here at the Nasscom conference. One of the key partnerships we really value is with India. And it's wonderful to be here because Nasscom itself, I think, is a really great example of the extraordinary partnership between India and indeed countries like the UK. My Minister for Investment was absolutely delighted to be at the Technology Leadership Conference recently in Mumbai. And we see the extraordinary partnership not just between governments, but also between the private sectors of our countries as a fantastic opportunity. Sometimes we can get quite hung up on government roles in security. Actually, one of the key things as technology evolves quickly is that it's the private sector that's driving those innovations. And actually, one of the things I saw as CEO of the National Cybersecurity Centre was the importance of the private sector taking security seriously. What we've seen over the last decades is that often innovation drives businesses to be really creative, really cutting edge, but actually really important for them to be thinking about the geopolitics, thinking about the security, understanding the dual use potential of technology, and thinking about both the opportunities, but also some of the risks that creates. And I think therefore it's great to have this very collaborative conversation between government and the private sector about how it is we work to make sure we all live on a safer planet, both now but in the future, because technology evolves so quickly that we can't simply stand still. I mean, I was lucky enough to be at the first AI conference at Bletchley Park, a really special moment, and I have to say, fantastic to be there in the UK with so many technology leaders, but also at that incredibly historic place, in many ways the foundation of modern computing, actually in the old buildings, thinking about how radically technology had changed, but also how super quickly it's going to change in the next few years, in a way that means that actually we have to not just think of security today, we have to anticipate the challenges of tomorrow as the world speeds up.
Thank you. High Commissioner Green, for Australia, China is your largest trading partner, but the United States is your main security partner. And China is showing an increasing presence in the Pacific Island states. And recently there are reports of a couple of Chinese ships, naval ships, having gone around the Australian continent for the first time. So in terms of technology partnerships, future development, how is Australia looking at keeping this balance between economic dependence and security partnership?
We all live in a more contested and competitive world. And as my colleagues have said, all countries are looking to make sure there is resilience in their supply chains, and particularly in sensitive IT sectors that can have a big negative impact on our economies. For us, we're perhaps not in the position that a Germany or a UK is, that they are able to onshore all of these capabilities. We're just not that big in IT. So for us, the key role for us is to find reliable partners with whom we can work very closely. And we've been doing that for decades in all sorts of spheres. So for us, the United States, Japan, the UK, Germany, key partners for us on whom we're going to rely more in the future. But that's where it comes to this conference in this country, because in addition to those traditional partners, we're looking increasingly to India as a key partner to friendshore our IT interests. And in this regard, India is actually, dare I say it, even a bit more interesting than our traditional partners. Because whereas we have some of the capabilities that we share with our European and major North Asian and North American partners, India has a very different skill set. I mean, Australian companies have a rather high level of innovative capacity, but don't have the hundreds of thousands of engineers and computer scientists to turn that into something which is of global scale and relevance. India has that. So increasingly, Australian firms are taking up the opportunity of bringing their innovation to India as a way of finding not only resilience, but global scale and market. And I should say a little bit of it is happening the other way as well. I'm delighted that Nasscom and many of its partners are involved in an international landing pad for IT firms in Sydney, my hometown in New South Wales. So that's great.
Thank you. So with that, let me turn a little bit more towards the bilateral relationship that each of your countries has with India in the technology sector, and reordering the speaking order. High Commissioner Cameron, let me start with you. With the United States, India has now spoken of trust, transforming the relationship using strategic technology. Earlier, the framework was called ICIT, the Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, and that partnership has got a fair amount of attention. But there is a similar partnership with the UK that was also launched recently, the TSI, the Technology Security Initiative. Could you tell us a little bit about how do you see the TSI and its potential for impacting on the India-UK relationship?
Thanks. No, you're absolutely right. I think it is really key. We were lucky that it was signed by our Foreign Secretary, our Foreign Minister, David Lammy, when he visited India last July. It's a really bold approach. It's a really landmark collaboration. And what we have tried to do is both capture the best of what's happening already, but also create a framework that gives confidence to our businesses, to our research organizations, to our non-profit organizations, to try and think about how they can push the boundaries of the technological collaboration in the future. It lays out 7 key sectors, including AI, semiconductors, advanced materials, biotechnology, telecoms, quantum, and it's led by our 2 national security advisors. And I think that's really important because that is an incredibly high-level government-to-government dialogue that makes sure that we are looking across the spectrum of both risk and opportunity, but also really anticipating the way that technology will be used in the national security context in the future. It's not simply what already happens, which are amazing research institutions collaborating with each other, amazing businesses investing in each other. You know, for example, the nearly 25% stake that Bharti Airtel just took in BT. It's about trying to define the areas where we will both need to push the boundaries of opportunity in the future to get the most out of the technologies that we use for our country. It's also about accelerating that and thinking about how it is we do, I think, what works brilliantly in technology, which is think about that combination of government investment, government-led research, but also then scale up and an application by the private sector. And we've already seen some really good examples. I think there's the £10 million investment that, for example, Tata Steel have made in the Centre for Advanced Materials at the Henry Royce Centre in Manchester. We're seeing Ola working with others to try and think about India's first first AI chip. And we're thinking about the £7 million telecoms R&D program between the University of Surrey and IIT Hyderabad. So I think we're bringing together what is an absolutely spectacular range of cutting-edge researchers, really exciting businesses, but also putting that under a framework that allows us to have those government-to-government partnerships, not in any way to stifle or control, but very much to push the boundaries and make sure that there's a level of confidence that we can actually go further and faster, and actually to think about priorities. What we find fascinating about working with India is the different scale, the different perspective, the different geography, the different threat picture means that actually your own worldview is challenged, your own perspective is challenged, and you're forced to think differently in a way that I think is really important when we think about the deployment of technology. But also it is about the benefits of the world, because I think it's not just a bilateral partnership. What I saw in my role as CEO of the National Cybersecurity Centre was the huge importance of diversity of options for other countries. Philip talked a bit about scale as a challenge. If you are an African nation, the risk is that you have too little choice in the technologies you can buy, and it is too dominated by China. And actually, it is fantastic that there are low-cost technologies, but every country should have a choice of low-cost technologies to be able to give it the ability to diversify and to build its own resilience and to protect its own security. And I think that's really important.
High Commissioner Green, with Australia among the sort of newer areas of cooperation, one notices is increasing talk of defense cooperation, also talk in the framework of the Quad to do cooperation in technology. And there is, as we move from ECTA to SEPA, the talk of an accelerator fund to deepen cooperation between Australia and India in certain sectors. So could you tell us a little bit about how companies that are present here could leverage some of these potential areas of cooperation?
Well, you know, we think that there is huge opportunity between Australia and India in the tech sector, and my government is investing very hard in it. So we're spending in the order of $250 million supporting Australian engagement with India across a range of fields. And that's driving a larger number of Australian companies who are able to come and look for opportunities here in India. And it means that my team in Austrade is able to find new and better partners for them amongst the Indian IT ecosystem. Just a couple of examples. At the Bangalore Tech Summit, Australia was the feature country. At the Bengaluru Space Summit, Australia brought the largest delegation of all of the international partners. We're backing this with funds to support new engagement between us in new technology. But may I say, Ambassador Arun, that here we feel as though we have one superpower, and that is the Indian diaspora in Australia. Now, that's now 1 million people. Now, to the Indians in the audience, 1 million people doesn't sound like a lot. To us in Australia, 1 million people is an awful lot of people. It's now 4% of our population. It's the fastest growing population group in Australia. And many of them are, of course, very much in the tech sector. At the Bengaluru Space Summit, around 50% of the Australian delegates were people of Indian origin. They know what Australia has to offer. They have linguistic, cultural, and business understanding of India, and it's one of our superpowers that's going to drive our tech collaboration much faster.
Thank you. So, Ambassador Ackerman, the United States, for example, seems to have many new mechanisms or frameworks for cooperation with India. You hear of the Compact, catalyzing opportunity for military partnership, accelerated commerce and technology, trust that we spoke about, a framework called the Indus Innovation, bringing together startups in different areas of critical and emerging technologies for looking at potential areas of collaboration. From the perspective of Germany, what are the new mechanisms for collaboration with India that you're looking at, or frameworks? And how would you define the difference between the national level effort and what may be attempted through the Trade and Technology Council that has been set up by the European Commission?
So I would say, first of all, Germany and India are intertwined in the technological sector in a very unusual way. And I start by saying outside the government, you know, SAP has more engineers in India than in Germany. Bosch has 40,000 people in India doing R&D in the technological sector. And Mercedes has its R&D center in Bangalore working with 8,000 engineers, more women than men, by the way, which is very, very striking. So I think on the non-government sector, Germany and India work hand in hand in this matter. And as Philip says, we also have a growing Indian diaspora in Germany, where many people from Indian origin come, work, study in Germany, and join the technological sector. On the national side, I think we are in close cooperation with the Indian government on many fields that you have mentioned, cybersecurity, technologically, but also military cooperation is there. And we do that on a national level, but we also support wholeheartedly all efforts the EU is undertaking. TTC you mentioned, an FTA has to follow at some stage. I think we are very, very interested in having one. And I think what is so unique about this German-Indian partnership is that it covers both sides, the government-to-government aspect and the private sector aspect. Now, Germany has a good tradition to the government of Germany and the government of the German states, which is, you know, a thing that makes Germany and India very similar because we have a very similar federal structure. We have a good system of incentives triggered by the government to find ways and means to work together. And I think you mentioned startups, so there is a couple of initiatives from the German government and the German states to work with startups, Indian and German startups, and some very good things have come out of it. And you know, when we are sitting here at Nasscom, yeah, we should not forget Nasscom is siding with one of the most industrialized German states, the most populous German states, North Rhine-Westphalia. I'm very happy to see at the end of the room, explore North Rhine-Westphalia in Germany. You should, yeah? It's worth going. So I think there is a strong willingness from the national, the sub-national and the non-government level to side with India, and I can only echo what Philip Green just said. India in this way is a very unique partner, and for us a growingly important partner.
Thank you. So given the constraint on time, one final set of questions, starting with you, High Commissioner Cameron. There is, you know, sort of debate on how much to build as self-reliance, Atmanirbharta in India, others make America great again, maybe Europe first. So given all that, how are you looking at the potential of a free trade agreement between the UK and India and its impact on technology partnerships? We have members of Nasscom here who are very interested on mobility issues, including in terms of cross investments. So how do you assess the potential for the free trade agreement discussions?
Also, I'm very excited about the fact that our Secretary of State for Trade and Business was here in Delhi in late February, relaunching the trade talks. Had a fantastic week with Minister Goyal. So I think, you know, we are very excited about the prospect. The UK has a £41 billion trading relationship with India already, and we see the potential for that to be deeper. We think trade deals work best when they're comprehensive, and so we see, particularly in technology, the importance of thinking really widely about what that can do. Because again, it's not just about services, it's not just about goods, it's also about services, it's about the potential for businesses to work together across boundaries in a way that allows for innovation, in a way that allows for mobility, in a way that allows for that kind of flexibility and creativity that we've all talked about, I think. You know, we see that as a really big opportunity, and we think that fundamentally trade abroad leads to growth at home. The UK, like India, is a country that is really focused on driving up our own growth rates. We can only aspire to the growth rates India sees, but we think there's huge potential for trade to do more than that.
Ambassador Ackerman, as various countries in Europe are looking at building capacities, reducing the dependence on the United States, there are rigidities, differences within Europe, differences within Western Europe, differences between Western Europe and Central and East European countries, differences between countries that seem to be more understanding of Russia's concerns, others less so. So given all that, how do you see the potential of Europe-wide cooperation in technology or even in a defense industrial base?
So I think, you know, in diplomacy, people say never waste a crisis. And I think there is no doubt that in many ways we are in a crisis right now. And that leads to, in Europe, I think that leads to a factor of unification. You say there is differences of views when it comes to Russia's position. Actually, there's one country in the 27 that is of a different opinion. Most of the others are very unified. And what we've seen now from the Commission, from the Commission's president, is that there will be a huge effort to get to a European armament policy, a European defense production policy, which will lead to buy European more than buy basically from other sources. So my country has now decided, the government has not been elected, but the incoming government has already decided to push a lot of money into defense production, hugely, you know, a huge amount of money, and that will certainly lead to a boost in the defense production in Germany. I think that Europe will, basically it's now Europe's moment. Europe will find its way and try to to figure out how the European Union will be a much stronger actor, not only in the commercial trade and economic sector, but also in the security sector. And I think first steps have been taken, and I'm quite confident that we get there. I would like to make a point on the FTA also, because I think what we have seen 2 weeks ago when the Commission came here and the Commission's president talked to Prime Minister Modi, there was a clear commitment from both sides to come to a closure, to finalize the agreement by the end of this year. It's highly ambitious, but we have already seen in the round that just took place after this meeting that there is a new spirit in the FTA. So I'm much more confident that we are getting to a very meaningful FTA by the end of this year, after this political booster, if I may say, and I'm very, very happy about that, also being part of this, let's, in these very, very difficult circumstances, try to get partners together who can trust each other and who are reliable. You know, I think this is a virtue that cannot be overemphasized in this context.
So, High Commissioner Green, final question to you. What, according to you, should be next steps in deepening the Australia-India economic relationship?
Well, first of all, as many of you will know, we have a first phase free trade agreement, which is going gangbusters. India's exports to the world over the last 5 years have gone up by 36%, which sounds good, but India's exports to Australia have gone up by 65%. So India is engaging with Australia nearly twice as fast as it is with the rest of the world. But let me identify 3 areas where we have high levels of complementarity, where I see real opportunity for the future. So the first is in your battery supply chain. India wants to be a major manufacturer of electric vehicles and batteries. Australia happens to be the largest producer in the world of lithium, the most important ingredient for those batteries. But at the moment, something like 90% of our production goes to one country, and all of the lithium, all of the processed lithium that you require and that you take comes from that country to India. So one of the things that is very high on my list is trying to find a direct supply chain in Australian lithium to help the Indian sector. Second thing, DPI. Lindy spoke about in Africa and other places the digital divide. For us in Australia, the key place where that comes home is in the small countries of the South Pacific, highly vulnerable and without the sort of digital capabilities that they need. We think there is a real role for India to play to produce an appropriate technology for the South Pacific countries. So that's another area of complementarity. And finally, I want to return to something the Minister said. He was focused on IT skills, and so are we. So when the Indian government opened the opportunity for foreign branch campuses to open in India, the only 2 such universities that have so far opened up are both Australian. And guess what? The first one, Deakin University, is running as its main offering courses in cybersecurity. So I think that skilling piece is another area where our complementarity can drive advantage for both India and Australia.
Thank you very much. So I want to take this opportunity to thank High Commissioner Green, Ambassador Ackerman, High Commissioner Cameron for sharing their thoughts candidly with us, and I request you to give them a hand to thank them for their effort.
Well, thank you once again to our panel for this all-encompassing discussion. Let me once again invite on stage Mr. Rajesh Nambiar to felicitate our panelists. Thank you for joining us, sir. Ambassador Arun Kumar Singh. Let's give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep the energy going. His Excellency Philip Green. His Excellency Dr. Philip Eckerman. Her Excellency Lindy Cameron. Let us also take a group picture, please. A group picture. Let us also capture the moment with a group picture, please. Thank you once again for the insightful discussion. Our next segment delves into a pivotal area of international collaboration. The Indo-German Technology Corridor represents a strategic partnership that connects India's dynamic tech ecosystem with Germany's renowned engineering prowess. This alliance holds substantial promise for driving growth and innovation. Let me invite to stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Shivendra Singh, VP and Head of Global Trade Development, Nasscom. Give it up for Mr. Shivendra Singh, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also once again invite our speaker for this session, Mr. Felix Newgart, CEO, North Rhine-Westphalia Global Business. To get us started and have some context, I also request the AV team to play a small background video.
And now, what? NRW. That's North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. The ideal location for the future of your business, right in the middle of Europe. Digital transformation is really changing the game here.
Also smart manufacturing. Robots are caring for many things, like Paul. Well, almost like Paul.
NRW is also the best place in Europe for smart cities and new mobility.
And for some of tomorrow's most promising pilots.
We have the densest R&D network in Europe. Innovative companies and more than 100 research institutes make tomorrow's medical technology become reality today.
Little Max, he's blind, but he can read books now. It's an e-book. Oh, of course.
In NRW, you find top-notch startups with an innovative spirit and some of the best institutes for cybersecurity in Europe. And also, some of the most powerful supercomputers in the world.
I call her jewels.
Not forgetting our outstanding talent pool of high potentials from all around the world.
And with outstanding quality time. Okay, back to work.
All that makes NRW Europe's heartbeat. Join the beat.
Thank you. Amazing fun always to sit down with you, Felix, as always. To the audience, I think, I have two challenges, and maybe if you have a suggestion, you could probably give me some advice. First is that, you can't really, after this fantastic session that we had with the ambassadors and high commissioners, it's kind of a very, very difficult act to follow, number one. Number two is, I don't know why, but I suddenly see that I'm also between lunch and you as well. So, but I'll try and make it interesting and keep it interesting. And thankfully, there is a logical segue from the previous session. And I just wanted to pick up from some of the discussions which happened in the exciting session, earlier. There are certain terms like resilience in supply chains. We talk about friendshoring, and which have been repeatedly discussed over a period of time.
But when we look at Germany and India, you know, and I was there a few months back, I think this is possibly the relationship which can really be built in a huge way. I think we are just at the tip of the iceberg, because the complementarity between Germany and India is just phenomenal. You look at Industry 4.0, which was coined with Germany, with a convergence of digital technologies and manufacturing, is just phenomenal, you know. But when we look at numbers, out of nearly $245 billion of export that India does, it's principally to the US and the UK, which is nearly 80%. And hence, you know, and the rest of Europe is about 11–12%. So, given the potential which Germany has, the question to be asked in this room is, why have we not really been able to, you know, make use of this potential? You look at, you know, digital transformation and look at the precision engineering, manufacturing, automotive, renewables, you know, and the sector is just phenomenal in Germany. You look at Mittelstand, the middle-sized companies of Germany, all of them are crown jewels in their own right. You know, you just have to go and visit them and see the kind of work which is happening in Germany. I think it's mind-boggling. But then look at the strategic fit with India. So, for example, how do you look at providing AI-based robotic solutions in the automotive sector? What can we as an industry look to do there? Look at cybersecurity solutions. I think we've had, while AI is always discussed and there is a thread of AI, there's always a thread of cybersecurity. Then you look at cloud computing and big data analytics. So there are a lot of opportunities which are there. And no one better than Felix Newgart, the CEO of NRW Global, to be here to, you know, to have a conversation with, because he represents a region which is the most populous in Germany, with cities like Cologne, Düsseldorf, Essen, and many other, Bonn, and many other cities. And we've been working very closely with, as Nasscom. So Felix, you know, I think welcome again, you know, to this Nasscom Global Confluence. I kind of wanted to kickstart, you know, with the fact that while the EU is a very, very attractive market, and within the EU, Germany is an attractive proposition, and within that, NRW is also playing a very key role. How do you see, with your perspective, how do we look at strengthening the Europe-India tech corridor through the German route? And how do regional governments play a role in building this collaboration and bringing the ecosystem of business, government, and R&D for sustainable growth?
Thank you very much, Shivendra, for giving me again the opportunity to expand a little bit on my short welcoming speech and for being part of this fireside chat. And I'm also very much aware that it's the two of us who are between you and lunch, so I promise also to be brief. I mean, it was, I think, very clear from the ambassadors panel that there is like a window of opportunity, both, I think, on the European level with this challenging international environment, but also from the national German level, as Ambassador Ackermann pointed out. I mean, we've had federal elections, we'll have now a new government soon, and I think we will accelerate our move to diversify also our economy. And I think there's a third level, and this is referring to your question, which is very much key here. It's the state or regional level. Because on the one hand, we create framework conditions on the European, on the national level, but let's face it, in the end, it's like in politics, all business is local, and we have to create conducive environment, a conducive ecosystem for businesses on the ground, and this is very much up to the states and to the regions in Germany as well as in other federal states. And I think we connect very well with India because you have also this federal system, you have also very strong, very engaged states, and we are state of North Rhine-Westphalia, I think, and this is what I have pointed out in my first speech, and I'm not going to repeat this, I think we have a huge potential for Indian companies, which are large manufacturing base, over 10,000 industrial companies, very much facing the challenges of digitalization, but also, and this is I think a second point, what we call the densest R&D network in all over Europe. We have 68 universities, we have over 50 extra university research institutions focusing on many cutting-edge technologies. I mentioned, I think, quantum computing, we have electric mobility was mentioned, battery technology. In all of these fields, I think we have deep tech research, we have something to offer, and therefore we as a government or as representatives of the state of North Rhine-Westphalia, we decided to establish a partnership with India to create an environment and to establish the networks necessary to help and to induce companies to do business. In the end, I mean, we cannot force anybody to engage, to start a business, to sign a contract, but we can create framework conditions. We can establish the groundwork for this, and this is what we are going to do. First of all, we have an office here in India, which is led by my great colleague Ambika Benotra, who's sitting here first row and who's also responsible for this booth in the back, which the ambassador already mentioned. So we are really long-term engaged in this process. And this is second and very important, this is one of the reasons, or the major reason why I'm here today. We have established a partnership with Nasscom as a partner, because we believe we need strong partners in India to really tap into this potential. We have created what we call the NRW Global Business Nasscom landing pad in our state, helping talking first of all to Indian companies interested in doing business in North Rhine-Westphalia, but then helping them all the way from connecting them to all practical issues in our state to really set up shop in Germany, in North Rhine-Westphalia, and establish their business there. So I think it's, first of all, it's the vision, the potential that we see, and second, it's the commitment, being on the ground, working really with you people to provide active support on the regional level for businesses to really push this evolving cooperation.
No, absolutely, I echo your thoughts, and the federal and state engagement, which is similar to us, cannot be a better example than the ambassador sitting here and supporting the NRW region. So this is a great example of we working together. You know, you mentioned some areas, AI, cloud, sustainability, and some others. And a lot of it is storytelling, understanding, you know, some of the successful collaboration stories between the German enterprise and potentially global tech companies or Indian companies. Could you share some examples of successful collaborations that can showcase the Indo-German collaboration?
Yes, definitely. AI, artificial intelligence, is definitely key, and it runs through all the speeches and the discussions here. It's a cross-sectional technology, and we need it in many fields. And I think this is one of the key areas where Indian companies, Indian innovative solutions from India can make a difference. And we have really very much embarked on this process to become an IA location in North Rhine-Westphalia. We have a big investment of Microsoft, the American multinational. They invested they will invest 3.2 billion euros in North Rhine-Westphalia in a big infrastructure project there, hyperscaler. Therefore, we are in the process of creating the preconditions for this AI revolutions, and we very much invite innovative Indian companies to take part in our journey and to be to support our manufacturing companies, our medium-sized companies in this transformational process. Now, you asked about examples. I think we have already some of the large Indian corporations being present in the city of Düsseldorf, in our state capital. Let me mention Infosys, for instance, or Tata Consultancy. They are there. They are really building up their business, also expanding. I was at the inauguration of the Infosys office. This was like a couple of weeks before the pandemic started, so 5 years ago. Now they have already expanded their offices in our state because business is so rich. TCS also growing. And I think this is great. Yeah? But what we need to do, and what is actually the target of our common project, is also to bring medium-sized and smaller companies from India. I hope that many of them are in the audience. I'm sure that many of them are in the audience, to encourage also these companies to at least give it a try, have a look at what we have to offer in North Rhine-Westphalia, and try and connect with our manufacturing and business ecosystem. And this is why we have created this partnership. We have, let me mention one example of an Indian medium-sized company, SMT. I think they are active in surface and coating technologies, and they have set up shop in our state. So this is just one company. It's not enough, but it's a start. And we hope that many more Indian companies from this huge, medium-sized, family-owned pool will also come to our state. And last, but by no means least, of course, we also work closely with startups. I mentioned in the first speech that I'm frequently present in Bangalore, and there's so much technology, and I'm not an expert in this, I'm not an engineer, but I happen to be quite frequently in startup pitches, and what I see here is really extraordinary, I have to admit. And let me mention one startup, which is called Orbit 8. It's a space startup from Bangalore. I think it's a spin-off of the Indian Institute of Science, and they are also very much on the ground already with their technology. We have put them in touch with the German Aerospace and Space Center in Cologne. This is another huge research facility, and also I think the European arm of the European space technology being present in the city of Cologne in North Rhine-Westphalia. So this is another example of a pilot, and we would like to work with you, Trivandrum, and with all of you in Nasscom together to intensify this process and to bring as many as possible of the innovative Indian companies to our state.
No, thank you so much, and I'm conscious of time, but I would urge you to, during the course of the day, please spend time and meet a bunch of our companies, because as we all say that, while the large companies, showcase the success stories, the real stories of the SMEs and how they're growing, and they are the ones who are going to define the growth in any particular country, and Germany in itself is such a great example of Mittelstand. So thank you so much, and we look forward to engaging even more intensively with the NRW region. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for this very engaging session. Thank you. Great to hear the success stories. Moving on to our next panel discussion, our next topic focuses on a key driver of innovation and growth. Strong academic partnerships and robust ecosystem connections are vital for enhancing our innovation quotient and scaling up effectively. By engaging a diverse range of stakeholders and tapping into highly skilled talent, organizations can propel themselves forward in global markets. We now move on to a panel discussion on raising your innovation quotient through academic partnerships and leveraging these ecosystem connections for scaling up. Let me invite our moderator on stage, Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, CEO, SSC Nasscom. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am. Our esteemed panelists are Mr. Dibankar Chakrabarti, Managing Director, South Asia, University of New South Wales. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Ms. Malini Dutt, Trade and Investment Commissioner, India, Investment NSW. Mr. Rick Wang, Global Head of Real Estate, Development and Facilities Management Operation, Atlassian. We also have Mr. Srinivas, Function Head Innovation, Tech Mahindra, joining us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them. with a huge round of applause. Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, the floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, and hello everyone. I think the context is already set. Once the ambassadors were talking about the strategic partnership between India and Australia. So really happy to be part of this esteemed panel on the dais. And as we see the way the strategic partnership between India and Australia in terms of exports also, the multifold increase in the exports what we see, I'm sure there are many ways how we'll be able to learn from each other. And once we are talking about the innovation, so innovation is not just keeping up. I think it is more about that, how to stay ahead. And once we say how to stay ahead, maybe from AI-driven automation to edge computing, from bioengineering, or to various decentralized cloud computing networks, what we are talking. So the technologies which used to be futuristic, I think they are the technologies now we see actually shaping up in real our industries. So the question is not that what next, but the question is how do we take up this transformation which is coming up in ever-evolving technology in such a fast-paced manner. And in this case, I think once we are talking about scaling of technologies, so it is not scaling of innovation actually, so it's not only the technologies, but a lot of strategic partnership which will play a very pivotal role. And one of the important partnership will be academia partnership with a culture of continuous learning. And in this regard, Dipankar, I would like to know that you represent University of New South Wales. So if you can tell us that what initiatives you have taken in your university, if you can talk something about the university also, and how do you think that with these partnerships, the companies were able to increase their innovation quotient also?
Thank you, Dr. Abhilasha, and thank you very much for inviting me to the panel. I think I'll probably say a little bit about the university because people may not be aware of the university. So, we are a world-leading research and teaching-intensive university. We are ranked in the world top 20. We are a member of the Group of 8, and we are actually the youngest Group of 8 member to ever feature in the world top 20 rankings. We are the #1 university in Australia for engineering, for business, for employability, for computer science and engineering. And there are forefront of research happening in areas like artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, software systems and products. I would say, we are also Australia's or the most entrepreneurial university in Asia Pacific. And when we say entrepreneurial, we have a huge culture of, startups and spin-outs. And our startups and spin-outs receive the maximum amount of venture capital funding over the last 3 to 4 years. We have a flagship program called the Founders Program, which offers one-to-one support to startups and help them provide incubation facilities, accelerator programs. We have also very strong on innovation. So innovation, and hence you'll see the link to startups. So about 20 of our academics were listed in Australia's top 100 innovators list last year. And that probably brings me to what we are doing and what probably that companies can do. So like I mentioned, we support around 400 startups last year we have supported, and most of them are in the area of deep tech, AI, cyber, space. We help these companies, these are top innovative companies, and many, some of the audience over here may be looking to invest in new technologies, looking to partner or looking for collaboration. So one is we can connect these innovative companies, these startups to your members and to interested companies going ahead. Second way probably to up the innovation game, what we feel is to provide support in co-location. So, Ambassador talked about the landing pad and about the twin grants. Now, we have dedicated pathways where established companies, if they are looking at investing in innovation, developing new products, or assessment of new opportunities, they can come and co-locate themselves within the faculty. They get access to the facilities, to the students, to the researchers, and most importantly, to the UNSW network in the country, given our strong lineage in innovation and the networks. Third is, in the location again is, we have incubation facilities. So the very famous one is the Michael Crouch Innovation Center, where you can, if you're developing products, you can build your prototype. There are ideation places, and there are pitching stages. So that's probably on the co-location bit. The third and the final one, I would say, is probably work with the university and set up some kind of a lab or an innovation joint center. And I'll give you an example of, there is a joint innovation center we have set up with Cisco around IoT security. And so this is an innovation hub that is connected to Cisco's main innovation lab, which is located in Sydney itself. And the focus of this hub is to ensure that autonomous IoT devices are not hacked, right? So these are some of the examples where I can say probably where companies can work with academic universities, leverage their expertise in innovation, and up their innovation game.
I think in very less time you have given a lot of insights about the various good initiatives what the university has taken. Now speaking to Malini, as you are a leading investment and economic development agency, so what role do you see the partnership with academia or a center of excellence will play in shaping up of various industries, let it be small, medium or large industries? So what role do you think that, how you'll be able to build these partnerships?
Thank you, Dr. Gaur, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Well, I see there are three roles that these centers of excellence can play. Firstly, of course, around talent, accessing talent. And just to give you an example, while High Commissioner spoke about two Australian universities that have campuses at GIFT City, I'll talk about the other one, which is University of Wollongong, that he possibly forgot to mention. And I speak about them because they have a focus on tech, both around computational data analytics and fintech. So very close to your own backyard, you have such courses. So I think this is a great opportunity to look at, upskilling. But we also have something called as IATD, which is the Institute of Applied Technology Digital. And this is at the national level in Australia. They drive workforce-related skilling as per industry standards. So anything around data analytics, quantum, AI, software, product, those sort of conversations with industry is something that they are driving. So I think first is skilling. The second is around R&D and innovation. So there are a number of centers of excellence that are housed within New South Wales universities, like University of New South Wales, but also independent ones like CSIRO, which is our Australia's key science and research agency, and Data 61, which is the IT Center of Excellence. So they offer opportunities as well. Just to give you a few examples, you have University of Technology, Sydney, which houses the Australian Artificial Intelligence Institute that has about 200 PhD students working towards industry-related programs, but you also have others like University of Sydney, which has the Sydney Artificial Intelligence Center, and that's a good combination where the center is co-located and driven by industry. So a leading robotics company out of China, UB Tech, it's in partnership with that. So we have various such models. So R&D and innovation is the second. Third is, of course, looking at these centers of excellence as a landing pad. And I spoke about CSIRO, which is the key science and research agency. They run something called as the CSIRO Kickstart program. So once you establish a base in Australia, it's really an opportunity to leverage their platform and export to the world. So I think I'll stop there. There's lots more, but
thank you so much for giving so much insights. So I'll come to Srinivas now. Srinivas, as Dipankar and Malini both spoke about the various academic institutions' capabilities and how they are building on it for the emerging technologies also. I mean, in India, we know that Tech Mahindra works very closely with the Sector Scale Council, Nasscom. But I just wanted to know that if you can tell us that how you are leveraging the capabilities of various academic institutions and the university in Australia for building your innovation quotient also there.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, all. So typically, when we try to create an innovation ecosystem in a country, there are three main pillars to it. So the most important pillar is the academic institution. Second one is the industry that supports the academic institutions. Third one are those disruptive startups that actually disrupt the technology, disrupt the business, disrupt the way things happen. And there's a government that supports it. So at Tech Mahindra, as somebody who leads the business for Makers Lab, which is the R&D unit of Tech Mahindra, my charter is to see how do we create that innovation ecosystem in each of the geographies that we represent. For us, Australia has been a key business center. We have more than 1,000 people of Tech Mahindra working there. And we were the ones to set up the first innovation lab in Australia in Melbourne 5 years back. There's a plan to set up a new lab in Sydney, which I'm working with some universities there. But the objective of creating that lab there is to have student researchers from different institutes actually sit with us and co-innovate with us in areas like generative AI, quantum computing, metaverse, and robotics. Now, to give you a couple of examples, there is a grant that the Australian government has given to a leading institute in Victoria, and they have partnered with Tech Mahindra to actually study on early detection of Parkinson's disease. So Parkinson's disease, which we typically think is something that happens in the 50s, can happen even in 30s. So we, with that institute, are actually using quantum computing to detect how do we find out Parkinson's. Secondly, one of the startups that we partnered 5 years back in quantum computing is from Australia, where we did a use case in UK on how do we actually transmit a 5 GB data from London to Cambridge using quantum encryption. So today we are talking of quantum. We did this 5 years back with an Australian startup. Third, there are a couple of companies, a couple of customers of us who want us to open a co-innovation center in Sydney. And last year when we had a vice chancellor of a leading university in Sydney, they had come and done an MOU with us. So we are trying to explore if we can do a co-innovation lab between Tech Mahindra, our partner, and that university in Sydney. So I think there's a huge amount of potential. Tech Mahindra has tasted success because the quality of education in Australia is quite good. The students studying there have a research bent of mind, and that innovation ecosystem can be built by using the trifecta of industry, startups, and universities.
Thank you so much, Srinivas. I think really good to know the various initiatives and how technology is helping in solving the real life problems for the common people also. So good to know about this. Now coming back to Rick, as we know that for building the innovation ecosystem, academia will definitely play an important role, but an important partner for this ecosystem will be startups. I think if you can throw some light that how, I mean, do you have any kind of various think tanks are there, or how these partnerships can happen so that the innovation quotient can be increased with the help of the startup ecosystem also?
Thanks, Dr. Gura. Yeah, look, I'm from Atlassian, and for those who don't know, we produce Confluence, Trello, Jira. We're one of Australia's largest technology companies. Having been founded 22, 23 years ago now, Atlassian considers that we have an obligation to really grow technology in Australia. So we've partnered up closely with the New South Wales government to anchor a technology precinct in Sydney. Technology in Australia is very distributed. There is no central hub for technology in Australia. At Atlassian, we believe that what's impossible alone is possible together. We build collaboration software to bring teams together. So it's in our DNA to collaborate. So it just makes sense to create a physical technology campus that brings the best minds together in one central location. Some examples of what Atlassian does for innovation technology. We're a founding member, for example, of Australia's, the Australian Tech Council of Australia, the leading advocacy group for industry. We also collaborate with our network platform partners like Microsoft, Google, Zoom. We have over 3.5 million active users in the Atlassian community. Atlassian also has an early startup program where we really sponsor startup companies by providing eligible companies with access to free software and our whole premium package. The other one I'd mention is Atlassian Ventures, which is again an investment from Atlassian into eligible startups to sponsor them to build their products that will integrate with the Atlassian platform. And I think the final thing that I'd mention in terms of collaboration in the ecosystem is, in this technology precinct, our objective is to bring a whole ecosystem together from startups, academia, scale-ups, all the way through to full growth companies. At Atlassian, we believe that pulling talent together in one location is going to benefit from the diversity of thinking and the diversity of mature all the way down to startups will help technology grow in Australia. So it's super exciting. Thanks.
Thank you so much for sharing this. Now, I think I completely understand getting the perspective from industry, policy, government and academia also, that the kind of ecosystem which is getting built in Australia is really good. But Malini, I would like to know from you that as a technology innovation destination, now we understand the New South Wales as a specific region if we talk about, then how can SMEs, and if anyone from us or from the audience, if you would like to know, that what are the pathways to access these innovations, if you can help us out with some information regarding this also.
All right, I think the biggest pathway is talk to us. My colleague Lisa Rodrigues, if you can put your hand up, she's hiding somewhere there. She leads our technology vertical. Talk to us. It's also my pleasure to let you know that we celebrate the anniversary of the Nasscom landing pad, which we established in Sydney. And again, Shivendra's missing in action. Obviously, it's a busy day. But we started this conversation about 2 years ago. Shivendra, Nidhi, who's there in the background, a lot of hard work, but we got that set up for Australia. So really urge you to, explore possibilities there. And I think it's a big opportunity to access the market. There's several other things that, of course, you can do. We spoke about the centers of excellence. I think, a great pathway is to look at, co-locating introductions to those universities. Some of them are already in the room. Talk to them. And they also have launchpad services. I think that's another pathway. We also have, and High Commissioner mentioned this, Srini, you gave a very good example of the research funding that is available. And I'll just give you some more information on that. So we run a funding between Australia and India called as the Australia-India Strategic Research Fund. Currently, I think it's round 15 which is on, and one of the areas where you can access some funding is quantum. We've got some interest from a few Indian companies who've expressed interest to partner with some of our universities to progress that through. But also ever since the interim FTA between India and Australia, which is called the ECTA Agreement, Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement has happened. Some funding is available in that direction as well. So we're churning out some grants called as the MER3 grants that can be accessed. Again, in the tech space, we have something called as the AICTP grants, which is Australia-India Critical Cyber Technology Partnership Program, where some funding is available. So a lot of such pathways are already available. Come talk to us. We'll let you know the best way to access some of these innovations. Thank you.
Thank you for letting us know that so many opportunities are there, and it's only that people have to go and connect with you. Right. Srinivas, you spoke about the technologies way ahead, how you have taken up in Australia in terms of AI or quantum computing, which you spoke. But can you tell me some of the challenges in the futuristic technologies, or what you are trying to solve with the institutions now? I mean, if you talk about today.
Yeah. So typically, any new thing will come with a challenge. And there are challenges of different types. So typically, when a student comes to us for internship, the college expects that student to complete a project with us. When I'm doing research, I'm not doing a project. And I could probably, if I'm trying to understand how a brain works and see how to use less computing power compared to a large language model which uses a large power, I'm doing research and that research could fail. So one, the expectation that we need to set is that when I'm doing research, you'll have more failures than success. Second is when you're trying to do new technologies, it's the same thing. When you do a large language model, it will hallucinate. The result that you get from a model might not be the same that you expect. So what will happen is that each technology will go through a cycle, and it will take some time to stabilize. So that is the expectation that you need to set. So typically, everybody talks about AI now, and AI has its own pros and cons. So you could say that, okay, AI will disrupt your life, but there are multiple areas where AI itself needs a lot of improvement. So I think in this era of continuously changing technologies, the expectations is that they'll have their own pros and cons, and then we should live the cycle that it actually goes through. But in terms of quantum and all, quantum computing has a different challenge. Quantum is still to come. So what we are trying to do is trying to predict the future and live it. So there was a story that the transistor will die in 2025 because the number of transistors that you put on a chip will go beyond 3 nanometers, so it will actually flip to the other side. But it's not happened. Intel and AMD have developed better chips that can take the transistors. So whether quantum will come this year, next year, when the use cases will come is not known. But we need to be ready because a normal encryption of RSA can be broken by a quantum computer. So you need to have quantum encryption. There could be other examples. So each technology that, that is there in the market will have different challenges, and we need to live with it. But everybody in the ecosystem should understand that there are challenges, and there should be a sync in terms of understanding the challenges.
Absolutely, and now we are worried about encryption, and once the quantum comes, I'm sure it will be a thing of a past actually. So Rick, coming back to you, I understand that Atlassian has a big presence at the Government of New South Wales Tech Central Innovation Hub, what you have in Sydney. But if you can just tell us that what made you take this decision, and what do you think, what will be the role at the micro level also in accelerating the development of disruptive technologies or different products in the ecosystem?
Great question. So why did Atlassian choose to move to Tech Central? Atlassian has, actually, let me step back a bit. Some of you may be aware, Atlassian has a policy called Team Anywhere. Team Anywhere means that Atlassians, our 12,000 Atlassians spread across the world, can choose to work from wherever they want. So at Atlassian, we believe that work is a vocation, not a location. So you might ask them, well, why are you investing in building offices across the world? And we build offices because we believe in-person collaboration is vital. People also need space to get shit done. So GSD is a very important part of what we do as well. So albeit Atlassians can choose to work from wherever they want, our data proves that 80% over the last quarter of Atlassians come in during the quarter. So we actually have far more attendance in office than what a lot of our industry peers do, where they have mandatory in office. So that being said, Atlassian elected to move down to Tech Central because as Australia's largest tech company, we believe that we have a responsibility to grow technology in Australia. So we felt that by partnering up with the New South Wales government, we would anchor the precinct and we would become a lighthouse project that would enable other technology companies to come to the precinct and create a whole ecosystem. When our founders started the company 20 odd years ago, there was no ecosystem, there was no mentoring, there was no scale-ups. So they had to do a lot of trial by error. By creating a technology precinct, we believe that ecosystem will enable other companies to really grow and invest, for us to create incubator spaces within the campus and the precinct to develop them as well. The other thing that we believe with a technology precinct is that a precinct has talent, and talent attracts talent as well. We're going to attract talents from overseas, from India, from locals, and from the universities that we're surrounded by as well. So it's about the talent. And the third thing for us, it's about innovation as well. Aussies love innovation. You know, we created Wi-Fi, we created Cochlear. So innovation is really at the core of technology in Australia, And we believe having that precinct will very much be the catalyst to grow technology in Australia.
Thank you so much, and I really like this, that talent definitely attracts talent. And to build the innovation eco-hub, I think that should be the mantra actually to take it ahead. Let it be the talent from industry or from academia. Now, coming back to Dipankar, if you can tell us some of the effective models, one of the model of Cisco, what you have told us, if you can tell us that what kind of academic partnerships that can help companies and deliver greater value to both of the partners, let it be academia or industry as a whole.
Right, and I think, the support is available to, again, the varied of companies starting from a startup to an SME to an established company. So for example, I think when you're probably, expanding globally, one of the most critical things is access to talent, right? And Rick talked about how innovation is at the core of it. So it's actually these talented students who are working on live projects. So for example, for our university, we have students working on improving search algorithms, animating the lead character of a Academy Award-winning movie, helping develop a bionic eye. So these are, young top talents. So we have, and I'm sure other universities will have. So one of the model is that you can access talent, whether it is recruiting them for your roles, collaborating for a project, or recruiting them as internships. I have, and along with other panelists, have spoken at length about the various co-location, incubation, landing pad facilities that are there. So that is another thing to be taken care of. I think a very critical bit that is helpful for universities is, if you sponsor a PhD. So for example, and this can be done by companies at both SME scale as well as, large enterprises. So to give an example, we have partnerships with TCS, which is, a large the largest IT service companies who's sponsoring PhD students and they're working on projects, to even a very niche firm from India called QNU Labs. They're into quantum cryptography, and they are, again, sponsoring a PhD student. We have projects with, let's say, a company in Australia, Nullify, which is looking at using LLMs to basically find bugs in security codes and fix them. Similarly with Intel, again, using LLMs to find bugs in hardware designs. So I would say that, have partnerships with universities around location facilities, around joint research projects, around innovation labs, around accessing talent. And finally, if you can sponsor PhDs, that helps companies both ways. You can work on a live problem, you can support a student, you can support a university.
Thank you so much. I think great work, and a few takeaways which I also take, that to build this ecosystem, definitely, it has to be an equal stake from the industry as well as from the academia side. So it can't happen that the academia, the same curriculum can be taught to the students for years and years. So I think, maybe once I take admission, let's say in a BTech or a BSc program, so the curriculum which was there when I joined, and might be once I'll be reaching to second or third year, it might get changed. And that is how the things are evolving. And I think one should get used to this kind of, or you can say the resilience or adaptability to be there. And that's why I see from the World Economic Forum, the Future of Work report, which came in January 2025 also, which said that if we really want to compete and we want to go ahead worldwide, then the mantra is lifelong learning. So it does not matter which stage of career you are in or which level you are on, maybe a fresher or maybe a CXO level, but lifelong learning is one thing which you can't get away with it. So thank you so much to all the knowledge what you have shared with us. In case if anyone have any question for the panel, maybe we can take one question because of paucity of time, or we can close it. I think people are waiting for lunch, so no questions. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you to our panel for this very pragmatic session. I now request our moderator, Dr. Abhilasha Gaur, to felicitate our panelists, please. Mr. Dipankar Chakrabarti. A huge round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Malini Dutt. Mr. Rick Wang. Mr. Srinivas. A group photograph, please. Thank you once again. We shall now break for lunch and reassemble here at 1:45 for a very exciting session. Also, another announcement, we have a round table happening at Zara 1. It's a German round table. So anybody with interest in the topic, kindly move ahead and register yourself for that. Resume in 5 minutes. So request you all to start getting some fun trivia. The name of our venue, Shangri-La. Let's look at the source of this name. It comes from James Hamilton's 1993 model Lost Horizon, where Shangri-La was an earthy paradise free from all problems of the world and people would live in harmony, which is kind of symbolic with our vision. We are looking at an idealized setting where we are able to free ourselves from worldly problems and come together for better. So with that spirit, let's resume with our next set of sessions in the next 2 minutes, requesting everybody once again to kindly come back to their respective seats. Fantastic networking lunch. Now it's time to jump into our exciting fireside chat on AI. Here's a question. Do you think AI will soon handle all your daily chores? Or are we looking at a future where robots will start demanding coffee breaks and flexible working hours? Keep that thought in mind as we dive into this fascinating session. Get ready to feast your minds on some truly cutting-edge ideas. To moderate this session, we have Ms. Sangeeta Gupta, Senior Vice President, Nasscom. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Our speaker for this session is Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, India AI Mission, Government of India.
Thank you
The
so much.
floor is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and welcome to this post-lunch session. Delighted with the fact that everybody came back on time and we could kick off this session right on time as we make it. It clearly signifies the importance of India's AI mission, India's AI ambitions, and how we are getting there. I'm delighted to have Mr. Abhishek Singh join me today. And I'm sure most people in the room know you, but I'll just make a one-line introduction for you. Mr. Abhishek Singh is the chief architect, if I can call that word, of India's AI mission. He's really building out India's strategy, the infrastructure approach to AI, the applications approach to AI, the innovation approach to AI, and just about everything related to AI in India. And before that, he's really been the CEO of MyGov, Digital India, and played a key role for how digital is really transforming India. So thank you so much, Abhishek, for joining us here today. The whole event for Nasscom here today is about global confluence. What is the role technology is playing in the global arena? And I wanted to start with saying, as technology and geopolitics, and particularly AI and geopolitics is emerging, every country is more and more focusing on what is their AI strategy. How is India playing a role there, and how do you see India not just playing a role, but being a leader in some areas?
See, like India's core strength comes from our talent pool that we have. The world recognizes India as the tech garage, and our even before AI, our companies, our engineers have been part of almost all major initiatives globally when it comes to using technology for larger good or building tech systems or financial institutions or transportation networks, our companies, whether it was the TCS or the Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, all our IT companies are at the forefront of it. Our engineers are part of almost every global company that is building any tech solution there. Some of them are even leading them. So talent becomes our core strength. When it comes to AI, along with talent, you need two more things. One is compute, one is data sets. So on compute, there is a big shortage within India for people to access affordable GPUs for building training models or building AI applications. So under the India AI mission, we try to make that, to solve that problem to some extent. And we have today, with the support of industry, have got 10 players who are offering around 14,000 GPUs at a cost which is much lower than anywhere else in the world. So, and then government is also providing 40% support. So the cost of a H100 today for any entrepreneur or a startup or a researcher or a student is less than $1 per GPU per hour, which will kind of support them in trying to play around and trying to build something. The other thing is about data sets. Data sets also, we've done a lot of digitization. We are a large country. We do have a lot of data sets, but very often those data sets are not AI usable. To solve that problem, we have launched the India Datasets platform, the AI Kosh, a few weeks back, which kind of provides datasets in all domains, along with tools and models to build in. So our strategy primarily has been driven to address these gaps, and then also provide support for those who are training models. We had a call for proposals for foundation models also, and that also in the first round, within 2 weeks, we got 67 proposals, and this also call for proposal was not like a one-time call. We said that we will keep on getting proposals for a few months till we get substantial number of proposals from interested, capable, competent teams across. And in the second round, the round that ended on 15th of March, we got 120 more.
Wow.
So we have got like, now the challenge is on us. How do we evaluate it? How do we evaluate it quickly? And how do we provide the support? So our AI strategy is primarily focused on democratizing AI, building AI applications in key sectors, ensuring that we give an opportunity to our researchers, startups to be able to compete with the best in the world and be able to, and India as a nation we should be able to catch up with the US and China, who are much ahead today.
Wonderful, and I think for all the entrepreneurs, SMEs, researchers in this room, please do reach out to the India AI Mission, the Kosh website, and there's a lot of resources that you can use as you build out your AI application services, models as you look at it. But I want to just, Abhishek, follow up on the international question, right? So there is a focus on international collaboration that you have, yet there is the whole imperative of technology sovereignty. Do those two go hand in hand? Or is there a divergence that in these areas I'll do my own, in these areas I will partner? How do you think about that? And love to get your perspectives there.
See, of course, international collaboration and working with the global community is part of this entire ecosystem, the entire AI story. Because, again, today if you look at all the models that we are using are mostly developed in another geography. If you look at the chipsets, the compute, that also comes from primarily one company and one country. NVIDIA holds more than 80%, and the pace at which they're going, you guys would have followed on what was announced in GTC. Now they're slowly moving on from Gen AI to agentic AI onto robotics and computer and more motion-based models. The Groot, which was launched, in fact, 2 days back. So that's happening. So dependency on international community will remain on getting access to technology. And number two, even on building responsible AI frameworks, safe and trusted, if you have to do that, there also will have to work with the global community, because very often models will come from one geography, applications will come from one other geography, and then users might be in another geography. So one will have to work with the global community. We have been part of the forums like Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, which we chaired. We are part of the conversations around. Which co-chaired the Action Summit in Paris last month, where our Honorable Prime Minister and President Macron were there, and Prime Minister laid down India's vision of building our sovereign AI, but at the same time, working with the global community in order to ensure the benefits of the applications which are developed here reach out to the global world, and we kind of share information. So I would say both these things, like collaborating with the global community as also building in a capability within, especially given the talent that we have, do go hand in hand.
But just to elaborate further, what does sovereign AI really mean for us, right? And love to get your perspectives on, it's not about the models or only the hardware side where India has to collaborate, but is it like our DPI type of model, right? Where you thought about sovereign AI over something that's really impacting the mass at scale or population scale in India?
Like one key thing is in sovereign AI is at least have a foundation model, because what we have seen is that if you don't have a foundation model of your own, there might be a time when access to such technologies may get restricted. Today we do have some open source models which are being used by many to fine tune and to do inferencing and to build applications, but this might not always be true. We have seen the diffusion AI order, which limits access to compute, and a time may come when this may extend to models also. Today's open source models may not remain open source forever. OpenAI, for example, they have the name open in it, but they moved from open source to closed. So this may happen with the Llama 3, this may happen with any other model. So this is something like developing your own capabilities in critical sectors, strategic sectors, and just like we did invest, say, for example, in nuclear energy or space exploration long back with our pioneers like Homi Bhabha or Vikram Sarabhai, and today we have a position of strength in these cutting edge technologies. So to that extent, we do need to invest in building our own foundation model, in building our own capabilities, in building our own AI chip, so that before the technologies are restricted, we should be able to build our inherent capabilities, and that's when we have a role to play at all the entire AI stack, then we can say that yes, we are building sovereign AI.
And that is really the objective of the India AI mission, right?
That's the long-term objective. Like, of course, till we reach that, we are getting applications developed for solving problems in healthcare, agriculture by using existing models. So we are not closing developing applications at this time. But at the same time, long term, we do believe that with the talent that we have, with the expertise we have, we should be having our own foundation models.
No, I think perfectly said, and I think that has always been India's approach. We will partner, we will build, we will buy, and I think we need all of those three to work
And then
for
we'll
us.
share it also with the larger community.
We will share it also, right? So, and there's be a unique India approach to doing all of this. We are not going to replicate what the US has done or what China has done, but can we really do what is truly Indian in many different ways. But you talked about open source AI, and I think that is the current focus after the DeepSeek announcement, and how open is what you mentioned about. But how do you see open source AI as a movement building in India, right? Is there more focus we need to give, or should, do we believe what is happening is adequate there?
See, open source, our policy has been to promote open source and to build interoperable solutions based on open standards. That has been India's policy over all technology-related products. And we do believe that open source does drive innovation, does allow multiple people to get to understand the technology, build applications on top of it. So we do feel that open source will have a lot to contribute in the days to come. And there are some issues associated with open source solutions, and if they are addressed, then they can become very, very valuable for the larger community of developers, for those who cannot afford the APIs, the expensive APIs of proprietary solutions or licensed solutions, for them to get access to low-cost open source solutions and build on top of it. There's a lot of value. So we do believe that supporting open source does result in a lot of benefits for everyone.
I know I have a lot of questions, but there were any audience questions, please raise your hand and a mic will come to you, and I'll come back to you. But given the interest of time, we'll take only one or two questions. So just to move, right, there's so much talk about, in the Trump era, there was, I think, a lot of focus on AI safety, AI regulation, responsible AI. You had all these, summits that were happening across different markets. And I think somewhere, while India maintained the whole innovation-led approach, do you see a shift in how India will be looking at, responsible AI or regulations around AI? I know we've taken that approach that we will not have an all-encompassing AI regulation, but when you see issues like deepfake, et cetera, happening, what is this balance between innovation and regulation that we will take as a country?
See, like issues related to safety and trust are very, very important. They're very paramount. But at the same time, what India has maintained for a long time is that our approach will be pro-innovation driven while being conscious of the harms or the risks that can emerge from the technology. And when we look at regulating, when we look at regulation, we are not looking at regulating the technology per se, but we are looking at regulating the use cases, the applications, wherein they can result in any harm to a user or any group of users. So, and the key current harm levels are primarily from deep fakes, from misinformation, and we do feel that the existing legal provisions, whether it's the IT Act, provisions under the IT Act, or whether it's under the Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita, the erstwhile IPC, they all have provisions which can handle issues like deep fakes and misinformation. So current regulatory framework is sufficient to deal with current challenges. However, as we move forward and as the technology evolves, and if it reaches a level where it can really cause more risk or more danger to humanity or society per se, then we have not foreclosed the possibility of coming up with an AI-specific regulation. At the current moment, we do not subscribe to the EU model. The EU model, we do feel, is very restrictive. We have been saying this for a long time, when safety and trust issues were hyped a lot at the Bletchley Summit. But then as the Safety Summit moved to Korea, in fact, the branding of the Safety Summit also in Korea became Safety and Innovation Summit. And by the time we reached Paris, it became AI Action Summit. And from what was expressed by many world leaders at that forum, it was very clearly mentioned, it was very clearly and it was very obvious that more and more countries and more world leaders were kind of coming to the stand or the approach or the strategy that India had adopted of promoting innovation and trying to make measures to limit harm of AI.
Yeah, I think that's a great example of how safety became innovation to becoming action. And I think it's rightly said that we need a lot of adoption to happen rather than stifling it with very strict regulatory environment. We need the guardrails, and I think there's a lot of good work being done. I think one of the key pillars of the India AI mission is the safe and trusted AI, and I was part of one of the evaluation committees. The kind of applications that are coming in to build tools for safe and trusted AI, I think that's the kind of techno-legal approach that India will take to really enable innovation, to enable adoption to move forward. I just want to come back to this foundational model question, because I think it's the debate for every dinner conversations today, right? That when will India build its own foundational models? Is India foundational models only about language, right? I mean, language is important, but I was at an OpenAI event yesterday and they were talking they're going to have 22 Indian languages built out. So what should be India's foundational model approach as you think about it?
Indian foundation model should be what you just said, it should be Indian. It should be trained on Indian datasets, and Indian datasets does not only mean language. Language is one important component, but at the same time, India's cultural context, India's customs, India's traditions, India's traditional knowledge, India's expertise, the information about festivals, information about cuisine, information about how people live their lives, our traditional medicine. There is a lot of information that is not yet digitized. And anything which is not digitized is not yet part of any foundation model. So if we kind of start using foundation models which are not Indian, then we are missing out on our traditional strength. We have a long history, we have our Vedas, we have our manuscripts, we have so much of ancient knowledge stored in all over. But if we are able to digitize them, if we are able to expose those data sets to people to build applications in various sectors, we will see wonders. Our traditional medicine systems, like for example, Ayurveda, homeopathy. So there are a lot of information that exists. So we do feel that if we build up an Indian foundation model, which is truly Indian, trained on Indian context, Indian data sets, it will be of immense value to not only India, but for the whole world.
No, wonderful. And I think the other quick question is around, Indian AI startups. We have, I think, a few here in the room here who are building out AI applications, AI solutions, some AI models. How will the India AI mission provide them that accelerator, if I have to use that word, right, for them to build, adopt, get solutions adopted in India as well as globally?
See, like Startup India AI, the 7 pillars, the startup pillar is a very, very important pillar under the India AI mission. There, in fact, we did have several rounds of consultations with the VCs, with startups, with investors, and everybody felt that we should come out with a fund of funds kind of system in which we co-invest into startups. And instead of just giving grants, work out a mechanism in which we amplify the amount of money that we are putting in. So with a fund of funds, if suppose we are putting in 1,000 crores, we can ensure that it creates value for more than 10,000 crores. So that kind of approach is being taken, and we are going to work with accelerators, incubators, who will not only support the startups, but will also help them, in mentoring them. So that's the approach that is there. The nuances of it is being finalized, and we'll be coming out with the details very soon. We also have partnered, in fact, after the Action Summit where our Prime Minister had gone to Paris, there in fact we have a partnership with Station F now. Station F is the world's largest startup ecosystem, and HEC Paris. So along with them, we have launched a 4-month accelerator program in which 10 startups, 10 chosen startups will be given an opportunity to spend 4 months there at Station F, network with the VCs, network with the community there, explore the European market and build systems. So these are some of the initiatives that we have taken, but in the days to come, I feel the startups will get much more support, and because we do believe that ultimate application solutions will come from startups. In fact, many of the startups have also taken part in our call for proposals for foundation models, and we believe that one of them or one of our research institutions will be the first ones to come up with a truly Indian foundation model.
I think there's a question there. We can get a mic. Why don't you take mine?
Hi, my name is Vidushi. I'm co-founder of Process 9 Technologies. We're also an AI company that's building our own language models for translation. What I wanted to ask you, sir, is while I appreciate and agree to your point that, building foundational models for India is the way to go, because what's open source today may not stay open source tomorrow. But building foundational models requires, a lot of capital. India today is probably not providing enough of demand for it to be made profitably. And to generate global demand again will require a lot of patient funding. Probably SLMs or small language models could be something that could be built in the country and then scaled. So how can we, what support can we get from the government and the India AI mission towards this?
In fact, the call for proposals is for both LLMs and SLMs. And it's not this or that. We have to go both. We have to have an LLM and we have to have several SLMs in several sectors. In fact, we have got more applications for building SLMs than LLMs. So there will be a few LLMs and a large number of SLMs of various sectors. So that's the way it will be. And as far as capital is needed, yes, we will need a lot of patient capital. We'll need to invest in them. We do have IT companies with a lot of margins from their other businesses. There's no reason they should not be investing. In fact, I always say that we always hear of a Microsoft research, we always hear of a Google research, we hear of a Intel research. We would definitely should have a TCS research, Infosys research, who can plow in some of the money that they make into this kind of business to build cutting-edge models. If startups are taking risks, why not our established IT companies? So I would love to have them join this and build something which is worthwhile. And I would just quote what Homi Baba had said long back, when it came to investments in nuclear energy. That time also people were saying that, why should India invest in nuclear in 1960s when there are so many other pressing problems. He had said that the cost of investing in them, the cost of not investing will be much more than the cost of investing. So again, the same thing applies in AI and LLMs. The price of not building an LLM may turn out to be more than the price of building it. So we'll need to think it from that perspective as a strategic technology, as something that India, with its size and with its talent, does need to build.
So well articulated that it's something that we have to do. It's not a choice that it's so expensive, we can just buy and not do it ourselves. I think given how important this will be, Vidushi, we have to build it. And I'd encourage you to, meet with the folks at the India AI mission and see how you can build out. You've been one of the pioneer companies in language technologies and can do a lot there. I know you're out of time, but maybe a couple of quick questions. you know, what keeps you awake about the India AI mission if you stay awake after your very, very busy schedule?
A lot of it. My hope for getting a voice-based LLM. In fact, I've been talking about a long time. I do believe that the India's true LLM will be not a text-based wherein you type in queries on a window of GPT or Grok or Meta, but you will be able to give a voice command and get a voice-based answer back, or maybe take it further, that use a feature phone and call a toll-free number, give a query, a farmer's query or somebody asking for a basic healthcare query, and get a reply back in the mother tongue. So maybe that's the dream I have, and I'm sure one of the startups and one of our tech companies will build that.
And there's no better democratization than voice, right? Because AI still has a lot of fear of people using
Especially
it.
the diversity we have, and especially the number of languages that we have. And I always say, like, we do have 900 million people who are connected, but for the remaining 500 million people to come on digital economy and to become part of this ecosystem, they may need Indian languages, they may need voice as an interface.
So just my last question, right? If you look at 20, 35 years from today, if we were to reflect back on India AI mission or AI for India, what would be that one achievement we can be very proud of as we think about it?
I don't know. Right now, the biggest achievement that we have is that we have got the approval. Now, we have done a lot of talk, and in fact, we have to walk the talk. So till we actually do something, and till we build a foundation model, or till we build a high-impact AI application similar to one of the DPIs that we have built, we should not be doing any chest thumping. It's more a time of, right now, of building something. And if once we have done that, then we'll be saying that this is an achievement. So right now, we are just taking baby steps. So we should not get complacent and think of we have achieved a lot. We have a lot to walk before we can claim that.
So maybe if I can articulate how I think about it in the IT services industry, we used to always say we grew despite the government, right? And we did everything on our own. I think India's AI journey will be with the government. So, and the India AI mission will play a key role to make that happen. Thank you for everything that you do. I think we in the industry would be very happy to support, partner, and take this forward as we move ahead.
Thank you.
Check. I believe the AI in this session also stands for always interested. We are always interested in such pertinent, thought-provoking discussions. Thank you for that. Now I request Ms. Sangeeta Gupta to felicitate Shri Abhishek Singh ji. We now have a compelling panel discussion titled Engineering the Connected AI Future. This session will delve deeply into the integration of AI across various sectors. Our experts will discuss how we can strategically harness these advancements to revolutionize industries, enhance efficiencies, and improve our everyday lives. Our moderator for this panel is Mr. Anand Chitre, Managing Director, Barclays. Request you to join us on stage, sir. Let's give him a warm welcome. Let me also take the opportunity to invite on stage our expert panelists. Mr. Aryan Datta, Global Head of Solutions AI and Cloud, TCS. Mr. Anurag Sahai, Managing Director, AI and Data Science, Nagarro. Let's give a warm welcome, everyone. Mr. Jagdish Mitra, Founder and CEO, Humanize Tech. Welcome, sir. Ms. Shalini Mitra, Group Digital Offerings Leader, Sopra Steria. Ms. Shalini Mishra. Mr. Rishu Sharma, Director and Digital Evangelist, Birlasoft. Over to our panel.
Hello? Okay. Am I audible? good afternoon, and very warm welcome to my co-panelists. Thank you so much. We witnessed a very intriguing insight from Honorable Abhishek Singh and Sangeeta ma'am on the overall efforts which are happening at a government and a system level to promote not just AI adoption at scale, but also innovation and also providing the conducive environment for facilitating that in India. Now let's look at the industry views and the real ground reality is what's happening, right? So as we look at the AI, right, I think the first thing that comes at my head is that AI is around for more than a decade. It's not a new thing, right? And all of us as industry partners have been played a role in that. So before we get into future, I would like to reflect upon what have we learned on the adoption of AI in the last decade or so. Shalini, if you can lead this conversation based on your reflections with your rich industry experience.
Thanks, Anand. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. I think the discussion before ours was almost like a context-setting discussion. Till around 10 years back, when we had, and I speak for all the Indian players, if you had a customer coming, you would definitely show them AI, they would clap and walk off. I think the adoption used to be far and few. It used to be a feel-good factor. It was more optional rather than something which was almost like, asked for by customers. In the past decade, the advancement has brought us to that level where customers walk in asking for AI. Having said that, there are two change makers that actually led us here. One was the availability of data. The phones getting available, the data getting accumulated, a lot of social media led to an aggregation of data across every spectrum. And the second was the cost of compute. It came down drastically. And both of these factors led to AI taking center stage. In a way, the first steps towards democratization of AI. Now, in terms of adoption, in my opinion, I've seen two sectors adopting it quite a bit. One is financial services. They use it quite a lot for inclusivity, in a way. So for example, credit scoring is a use case where it is used quite often. The second use case is fraud, because there's too much data and you want to look at aberrations and anomalies real time. So AI is a very good use case for that. The second sector I would look at is health. Early detection of disease became something that everybody was looking at. But I think the iPhone moment came in 2022 with the launch of ChatGPT. Everybody started talking ChatGPT. It became dinner table conversation. People would say, I asked a question of ChatGPT and got a response. Something that belonged to an exclusivity club became available for everybody. And I think the fact that it could be downloaded on mobile and you could just ask a question and get a response made it easier. Having said that, it moved away from just text. It became multimodal. So text, image, voice, that became something that everybody wanted to talk about. And think of the impact in terms of customer service. Now you could have 24/7 service with a reliable accuracy and a context carried over in multimodal formats. This looked like a dream, right? People started thinking AI is magic, but we all know it's not. There are guardrails that are needed. Just as humans are biased, the foundation models brought a lot of bias. You must have read the headlines a couple of days back. Grok was talking slang, not only in Hindi, but also in Telugu, Tamil, and so on. You can't let AI control the world, in a way. So there are guardrails that are needed. In my experience, when I approach a problem, it is to start with what is the business goal that you want to achieve. does it even need AI? Of AI, does it need Gen AI? Because Gen AI comes with a cost, and hence you've seen very less productionized Gen AI systems in place. That's because till now the run cost became very high. But thanks to SLMs, quantization, distillation, all of these techniques coming into the fore, now we are trying to control the run cost, and you will see a lot more industrialized deployments happening. But there is a word of caution. There are risks associated, not only in terms of cost and anomalies, hallucinations, but also to the environment. Sustainability takes an impact. I believe if you look at industrialized Gen AI systems, we only use perhaps 1% or 2% of the model strength. And the rest is all cost that you're all taking. So it's important that we are cognizant and use the right model at the right place for the right results. But there is a plus side, because this has made a lot of competitors into collaborators, because you can't go alone. So with the democratization came the fact that we all started collaborating, public-private partnerships started happening, startups are collaborating with enterprises. Nobody wants to go it alone. So that is a big plus. And the second plus is the sort of acceptance of open source solutions. I think I took a long time, but I hope I've covered the points.
No, I think that was important, because we are reflecting upon the overall evolution. And I think good thing is that you debunk some of the hypes, because with the Gen AI, we are only talking about Gen AI. We are forgetting the fact that AI in itself is a much broader segment.
Exactly.
There is a pattern detection, anomaly detection, there is the imaging aspect of it, because Gen AI people are just so driven that if we forget about those powers of AI and machine learning as a concept, I think we will actually get blinded to many of the opportunities which otherwise are there. So, Rishu, with your exposure into various different, I would say, sectors, right? Because you work in a very niche SI space for quite more than a decade now. What's your take quickly on how the AI has been adopted, and what are the real potentials?
Sure. Thank you first and foremost for having me here. And a big round of applause for Nasscom for having the translators for the hearing and speech impaired leaders. My mother is hearing and speech impaired, so I have a personal affinity to this, so yeah. Now, if I were to sort of break down the past decade in terms of how the movement adoption has been, and Shalini covered most of these points. But if I were to bucketize this, I would put it into three categories. The early adoption, which is where we were looking at AI in terms of bringing in efficiencies. It could be operational efficiencies, it could be cost improvement, which is where we saw a lot of automation and analytics come into picture, right? To the latter stage, which is where we saw that was more of an expansion stage, which is where all investments were driven by how can AI help me bring in experience transformation for my customers? How do we bring that personalized experiences, if you will? And to the latter stages, which is where we all are seeing it now. Now, this is the age where we are seeing how AI can actually help us bring in innovation and competitive advantage. Now, this is where we are seeing, like Shalini mentioned, we've got GPT, Llama models that can actually help us bring in human-like conversations. All in all, if I were to look at the adoption, and like Shalini said, we have seen the adoption predominantly driven by trends like investments in compute, storage, open source, more access to data. But across verticals, we are seeing use cases. For instance, healthcare, drug discovery, diagnosis, are some of the areas. Medical screening, imaging is some of the areas that we're seeing AI come into play. In the manufacturing space, right from predictive analytics or anomaly detection, right? Financial services. How do you look at fraud detection as one of the important use cases, that is out there? Not only from the business lens, but also at the individual level, AI has had a profound impact. Look at the climate and the weather change. How do we look at the weather patterns? How do we optimize the energy usage? Those are some of the areas that we are seeing. So all in all, that's how I'd like to, club my visualization of the past decade of AI adoption.
Thanks for the insight. So as we talk about AI, right, obvious thing is we have to be conscious of data. Shalini alluded to that, that data is the key. Data is available in abundance, but at the same time, the dichotomy is that it's hardly in the usable format and usable way organized, right? So I am being part of one of the largest IT services integrated company, thousands and thousands of customers across different sectors across the globe. How do you see the evolution of AI being either complemented or constrained because of the data being a problem or an enabler, and what in your view will really need to be done in future for the right adoption of AI, Gen AI from the usability standpoint?
It's a very profound question, because forget AI. If I go to any application or any traditional application, you can't do anything without the data. Right now, when it comes to AI, so without data, even you can't build a model, and nothing, anything which you have to do with AI, it has to be trained with data. Now, before us, Abhishek Singhji, I think I was impressed by how he described sovereign AI. Let us take a cue from that. But we have to build our own model. Whether it is LLM or SLM is not a question. It is both. But any kind of a model we have to build up our own. And India is an example, but it is true for almost every enterprise or every region or every country. Let's take India as an example. Unless you have the data sets, unless you train your models on the data sets which is more relevant to you, then in the world of generative AI, the probabilistic response is not to be accurate to what you need. Right? For example, the current models which we have, mostly trained on data which is American-centric. Nothing wrong in it. The human responses, as a cat is a cat, dog is a dog, it's fine. Right? But when it comes to a specific applications, when you have to go and look at the genome study of a certain category of the population, then you need data from that population. There are two things I will react to it. One is the data is trapped. You said it right. Data is trapped in enterprises. Right? Imagine the amount of data a banking or a financial industry has today. Imagine the data a drug development generates, a molecular research generates. Imagine a data a geospatial satellite generates. So this data is there, but the data sets are not necessarily available for the developers or for the startups to exploit it. I think one impressive thing which India did as part of India AI mission is the AI Kosh, where there's quite a lot of public data sets are getting available for us to explore. I think that's a direction I think the world should go. It is, the more and more we keep our own data close to our heart, good, we can develop, but it is like the AI is a supply chain and it's an ecosystem. Unless you let your data set go to or democratize it to the developer community, you will not benefit from the development which is happening or a research which is happening in the world of AI. And in the same time, if you do not utilize or exploit the data which is available in the world, in the other data sets, for your own enterprise, then you are missing out something which you may not have. So that's how I think I'll summarize. I mean, it is, the data is trapped, yes, I think it has to come out. It has to come out in a data set. The government has to work along with the organizations, enterprises, to ensure that those data sets are available for the world to innovate and do their research and development on this.
I think that definitely makes sense, and you alluded to the democratization through data. But Shalini, you also alluded to the data as a challenge in terms of adoption. Any views in terms of what organizations should be conscious of?
So I think the biggest factor that we have to consider when we look at data are two. One is you need to have secure the data when you're deploying it or industrializing it. But before that, when you're looking at creating your models, you need to look at a balanced data set. It needs to be reflective of the problem that you're trying to solve. And I can give you a real example. So we were trying to build a platform for small ticket loans in underdeveloped nations in Africa, right? And when we looked at the data set published by the government, and obviously this is unbanked population, so we were looking at utilities and telco data. And we realized that the representation of data for women, and this was, mind you, 50 to 100 euro kind of loans, very small ticket loans. It was abysmal, it was almost missing. So anytime a woman applies for a loan, it is automatically going to get rejected by the model because there's no history to it, right? It's not modeled.
The biases.
So the biases come into force. So when the data collection and cleaning or the data engineering as you speak is extremely important. That's my first point. The second is typically when you look at enterprise systems and how do enterprise systems grow. And I can give you an example of a bank. You have a third party who develops a system, you deploy it, productionize it. You get another system from another party. So this is data in silos, but when you want a holistic 360 degrees view and a single source of truth, that's when you struggle. So how do you get that? Of course, there are techniques, but they come with a cost. So the data integration part becomes extremely important. So the data meshes, the data fabrics, the lake houses, all of those need to be debated and a cost-benefit analysis done. So the data collection and aggregation, cleaning and integration. But basically, after that, I would actually suggest an automated data pipeline which brings in data observability, traceability, so that post-deployment you're able to monitor and control that the model behaves the way you expect it to behave. So when you are actually an integrator, this becomes like the holy grail.
I think that makes sense, and I think it's important that as much as is organization of the data, it is also the lineage strategy. On the lighter side, right, you mentioned about the single source of truth, and we often say that the biggest dichotomy in the industry is that in any data strategy, there are multiple single sources of truth that we collectively agree upon. So Anurag, I'm just turning to you on the same topic. You are heading the AI practice for Nagarro, and Nagarro is involved in some real strategic work now in terms of the agentic strategies for multiple organizations. How do you see data? Are you seeing the current scenario of most of your consumers or your customers, data being a constraint, or it is already in better shape?
Yeah, no. Excellent question, and one key problem in how we think about it, right? But I have a kind of a mental model that goes back all the way to the time when we used to say data is the new oil. So you remember those times when this was a very common thing to say? And if you look at oil, right? I mean, when you drill oil out, it's dark, it's viscous, it's unusable. And then you have to take it to various steps of processing to really make it useful before it shows up in your car or it shows up in your heating system. So, you know, the interesting thing here is that while data is a new oil, data is renewable. We create data. We can generate data. We can synthesize data. So obviously, so far, we did not have a situation where data was of such importance because AI was not around, right? Now AI is around. There is possibility that we could harvest this and really process it, right? Now, the challenge is not the data as much in its original, intrinsic form, but do you have the kind of data that can really lend itself to building such quality models that you're really seeking, right? And that requires effort. Nothing of value can be just created and just be made available, right? So I think what has happened in the past is that we were very fixated on AI. We were really hoping that it would be very easy. And companies like Kaggle and many other, platforms which really democratized AI, what they would do is they would build these ready-made data sets. So a lot of machine learning engineers came up with this idea, oh, I will have some data set, I'll just use that data set, it'll be, all I need to do is just train, validation, split, and off you go, right? But in real world, it's not like that. You have to find ways where that data might exist. You will have to take the effort to clean it, pre-process it, take it to that level where it can be used. And that's the other interesting thing, right? I mean, we're seeing in the industries that now it's not about supervised learning. It's almost now got into reinforcement learning, right? You should be able to take a model and RL train it, right? Things like that. And
the cost of annotating data or human annotating data at such processing levels is really significant. Practically 25 to 30% of your budget will just go in creating such data sets, right? And there the goal or the will is, like, do we have the budgetary thing? Would you spend the time to really clean all that and make that happen? So from our perspective, we think AI and data are equal players. You cannot get good AI without good data, and vice versa. Like, without a good intentioned AI, you cannot build it. You have to prioritize data, process it, and I think if that will exist, then you can sort of take it there. That's how we see it.
Thanks, Anurag. So Jagdish, turning to you, you come with a very unique perspective, right? Spent a lot of years in large corporates like Tech Mahindra, witnessed the complete evolution of the technology industry, not just AI, and now owning the SME sector organization. AI is really evolving. There is a lot of hype as well as reality. We talk about Gen AI. Gen AI is changing the art of possible altogether, right? Not only in terms of how technology is developed, but also in terms of how the technology is going to be consumed. In terms of how the business models are going to change, how the end user experiences are going to change. So from your perspective, how do you see this changing the landscape, and especially what will be the impact on the SME segment, which is really a fast moving segment in India?
Oh, thanks, Anand. Yeah, it's, I think having joined the startup or the SME bandwagon after 31 years in a corporate, there's a lot of unlearning to be done. I think to pick up on Shalini's comment, and I was thinking through it, that she talked about the iPhone moment. To me, there are certain such changes that have happened in industry in our lives as we were talking. And to me, my favorite disruptive moment that I, having been part of a large automotive group like Mahindra, was always the Tesla moment, right? And it taught us that the whole internal combustion engine industry changed to a very different way. You can argue whether EV is right or hydrogen is right, but it completely transformed. Similarly, in our industry, I think of recent the Chat GPT moment, which again was talked about. But to me, I think to answer your question is, the moments are going to get even more faster. Not too long ago, it was the DeepSeek moment. Before it happened with the Chat GPT, it happened with a much faster speed to which it changed. And I think we're going to see even the acquisition of the big cyber company that Google did recently, including that, shows the speed at which AI is going to change, and therefore the opportunity around it. I think for us, already the biggest transformation story around Gen AI is really agentic AI. And the way agentic AI is going to transform. Agentic AI, and many people will have the fear component associated with it because the low-hanging fruits associated with agentic AI, customer service, finance operations, IT operations, these are things that will automatically be the low-hanging fruits for agentic AI, and that we see as the progress of AI. But to me, I think for SMEs, having been part of Nasscom's EC in 2019, first time, and was the SME chairperson that year, I found so much energy in the SME segment that works in India, especially in our IT services business. But they were always sort of constrained by a fact saying, you know, we are only 100 people or we are only 200 people. You come from Tech Mahindra, you are 150,000 people. Cognizant is 300,000 people, and TCS probably employs half of the country. So that's the level at which you were always scared. But today with AI and agentic AI, I think it's that big watershed moment for SMEs to realize that no longer the volume or the scale of your business is dependent on the large number of people that you employ. And that's going to transform the way we think, we operate, and we work. It's not going to be easy. Everyone will have to challenge their technology sides. Like I think Abhishek talked about earlier, research doesn't need to start from TCS or Infosys scale. TCS research can start from a humanized tech.ai, which is less than 50 people today, and many more SMEs here. And what do you want to research on and what do you want to build on is going to define the future for SMEs. To me, I think there has been never a better time than now for SMEs and startups to really scale from India and show the opportunity that AI offers to them is not limited. It's only limited here. And I think you will see that. You will see a large amount of our SMEs scale up on a model which is built on deep tech. And I think, therefore, Nasscom plays a very critical role. We have the deep tech startup ecosystem, we have the startup ecosystem, and we have the SME Connect. If these three can come together, and you don't need to necessarily look at what will be difficult for a Tech Mahindra, my previous company, or a TCS or an Infosys, the market itself is growing. So there's no need for us to worry about what will happen to them, but the big opportunity for SMEs. And I think one of the things that I am a big believer in, is the new word of SaaS. And I think the SaaS is going to be redefined not just as software as service, but service as software. And I think those are some of the disruptive moments that SMEs around here and across our country have an opportunity, because we had a lot of issues in the old school IT services way of delivering business. Predictability, not as much deep tech as you would want, very, very manpower dependent, and training and schooling. That's going to transform as AI comes in. And to me, I think, going back to your first question, agentic AI is going to define the way services as a software is going to be done. Customers will now buy predictable services for a predictable time and units of service. And that's where we want, it won't happen overnight, but that's where we want to go. That the services as software becomes India's calling card, because we have such a big services industry. We can't suddenly say that AI is going to take it away. AI is going to help us redesign, rebuild, and define the new version of services.
Well, I think very, very good insight, and I really like the way you looked at it, right? That it is actually opening up an opportunity for the SME segment, rather than they being worried about the large investments and the large complexities. They should look at the possibilities, and I'm sure the efforts that Nasscom is putting in, the effort that the government is putting in, the investments are going into democratizing the data as well as providing the compute platforms. I think it's only going to enable this fast adoption. I think only thing is we just need to come out with ideas and real innovative ideas so that can be leveraged. Anurag, you are looking at a completely different sector, right? You're looking at much larger organizations, and you are also working on the product strategies for many of your customers. Do you see a shift in terms of the type of product offerings or the type of user experience that has been now is an art of possible with GenAI?
Yes, certainly. There is a shift in how people are thinking about products, how people are imagining customer experiences, how they are imagining interaction. Everybody is exposed to GPTs, chat GPTs, and Claude, and so forth. So there is clearly a shift happening. It's hard to predict all of it very, very crisply in terms of how far it will go and which direction it's really taking. But I can kind of, allude to some key things that I can see in our interaction with customers. So first of all, the key thing that I think everybody is silently expecting from all products nowadays is intelligence has to be a part of it. So the new ingredient in town, which was not there before, is intelligence. And in that sense, it's a fairly significant ingredient. It's a basic ingredient. And this sort of also takes me down the road of why we think India as a country needs to invest in this raw ingredient. It's a raw ingredient. It'll be used in many, many places. So if you do not build that raw ingredient yourself, you are expecting somebody else to build it for you. It's like a major problem, right? And so silently this ingredient, this intelligence as an ingredient is a key element. And so every system that is being built, every product that is being built, there is this expectation, okay, can intelligence play a role? And then the next question is, what kind of intelligence? Will it be an intelligence that will augment, or will it be an intelligence that will completely automate or take over? So there is a distinction there, right? And I think this is where human beings are now taking a step and evolving as ourselves, right? Like we are able to look at intelligence, we are able to abstract intelligence also, right? And we are making those choices. No, this is really not a good place to automate, and this is really a good place to augment. Or in some cases, hey, this is a really good place to automate, And this automation story is what goes to what Jagdish is saying, like this goes to agentic. Like, oh, if you are going to completely automate, that means it will have to have agency, really, right? So that's the second shift. And then the third thing is, okay, if you are going to augment and you are going to automate, what are you going to augment and what are you going to automate? So now people then ask, okay, what is the workflow? Like, who is this being built for? Is this being built for the customer support person? Is this being built for the marketing campaign manager? Is this being built for the software developer? And if that is the case, what is their workflow today look like, right? So you have to then go to the next step and sort of say, deconstruct that entire workflow and say, oh, to do this, it takes A, B, C, D, E, and B and C could be augmented in this very intelligent way with augmentation, and maybe D, E, F can be automated. And clearly, that sort of a trend is very, very visible. Now, if you take a lot of such workflows in an org and augment it or automate it, then the business models that will emerge would be very, very different. Now, I think the products will be very different, the business models will be very different, and we are sort of seeing the glimmer, the horizon there, right? Like, for example, when Google launched Notebook LM, which I think some of you and maybe most of you have been exposed to, you give a little or a bunch of PDFs and YouTube videos and, scripts, and it comes up with a podcast. And then, sort of like slowly, creating hooks for you to go ask that question to the podcasters themselves and so on, right? Now, 1 year, I mean, I'm trying to think about how actively could have somebody imagined this. Like a year ago, this imagination was not there in this room and maybe anywhere else, right? But today, when somebody has been exposed to a product like this, when they think of something, they're like, hey, is it possible to really use some of those things that they did in the way we did this product? And so those kinds of questions are also coming, right? So clearly, there's a shift. Clearly, we sort of see the ingredients in that shift. And the business models, hopefully, would be very, very interesting as they emerge going forward.
Can I add some data points to this? Yeah. So I think just a couple of data points, whatever, to support this argument is that almost every customers which we are working with, especially on the application support and application development side, everybody has turned up to us and they want that application to be intelligent. Right? So my view is that this transformation is real and it is fast and quick. In another year, we will see that if any application which you are using is not intelligent, will be completely out of date. Right? Nobody's going to use it anymore. So that's why I wanted to add.
That's an interesting way to look at it, right? That the way we provided the solutions may become absolute altogether. So, Shalini, you want to add?
I wanted to add one point. So this is a take on what Anurag said. So assistive and augmentive, we obviously look at, but in recent days, with the kind of advancement we are seeing, a lot of processes are getting re-engineered completely. So you're rethinking from the scratch. And in fact, I came across one situation where we were looking at modernization, but instead of modernizing the product, we ended up treating it like a greenfield. So it's a like for like, but re-engineered completely because assistive, it went beyond even that. So the power of technology is enormous these days. And I think everybody's emphasizing that there's a lot of out-of-the-box thinking that can lead to the tangible gains that we see.
Yeah, when we're talking about this, you also alluded to how things will impact from the overall talent point of view, right? So I would start with Rishu. Rishu, you're one of the largest consumer of tech talent, right? When we talk about talent, obviously from the technology talent point of view, India is the epicenter of the world, right? Talent at scale and talent. So Rishu, what do you think is going to be the future talent needs as we look at the GenAI emergence? And we as a talent ecosystem, are we geared up? Where to go? What's your views on that?
Sure. So, if you look at the, the need to develop talent, right, driven by needs of the fast evolving or changing technology, right? Multimodal AI, reinforcement learning, we've got the advancements in NLP, all of this requires new set. And what we're certainly seeing is that there's a shift from the typical repetitive, rule-based tasks to more of strategic tasks, right? With automation coming in, now we can actually put the workforce into more strategic tasks rather than the typical the repetitive sort of tasks that they were involved in. Having said that, this definitely means that there's new set of requirements with respect to having the right skill that is out there. We're seeing a lot of new roles come up, right? AI strategist, responsible and AI leader, right? Or shift from prompt engineers, right? So these are the new sort of roles that are actually out there in the market. Having said that, if I were to sort of look at what sort of skills that are out there, one are of course from the technical perspective, right? Shift from coding to prompting, having the data and AI literacy and all of that. But then it also requires business associated skills. How do you translate the AI aspect, the intelligent aspect into the business need, right? Then the third aspect within this is the soft skills, if for the lack of better word, in terms of adaptability, which is where cultural aspect is very important. How do I get myself up to speed in terms of working with the new intelligent technologies? Now it will not anymore, it will not just be me who's going to be working, but I have to get adapted to the new ways of working. Now, with all of this in mind, as to where we are positioned, I think I was just reading it yesterday. I think India houses about 15% of the, global talent that is there out for AI, right? But it definitely needs a lot of support, and some of them is already there, right? We had the discussion before that where the leader was talking about how we have the National AI Mission, and that's a step in the right direction. But it definitely requires, upskilling, scaling of the existing resources, maybe, partnership with the academia, which is where we need to look at the, the curriculum that is out there. How do we bring intelligence into that? But also support to the, the startups and the digital natives community. So those would be some aspect that I'd like to put out there, Anne.
Thanks, Rishu, for that insight. Definitely, a lot of different skills are going to emerge. Anurag, you are involved on the educational side as well, especially you are trying with the experiential learning models. What's your view in terms of India's readiness to counter to that changing skill sets?
Absolutely, absolutely. Again, to think about how to really think about a problem like this, right? Let's just break the problem of AI into three different categories of skills that are necessary, right? I find this particularly useful for me to think about in this manner. But one key skill that you need is to be able to build AI, which is like build intelligence. That's kind of a talent, a skill set, right? For example, if I have to build a large language model, can I build one? Like, assuming I had capital and tools and platforms and compute, do I really think I can build a large language model? That's one. The second kind is, okay, somebody's built a large language model, I have to adapt that model in a certain context. So that's called adapting AI, right? So that's different from building AI. You have to take the data sets that you have, and you have a very good domain knowledge. You understand a lot of things around many things, including things like quants and distillation and many other things that have to go, maybe even RL. And then you can adapt that AI in a certain domain. So that's like the second kind of skill. And then the third kind of skill is, assuming somebody has done both of them, can you use that to really build something of value, right? Now, interestingly, in the first category, building AI, the kinds of expertise that's needed is getting harder, right? It's not getting simpler, by the way. It's not easier. I mean, when we did AI and training models from scratch in 2015, 2016, it was way simpler. I mean, today, a large language model or all the other arithmetic and maths and the tooling that goes into it, it's almost a secret recipe, and it's become a national secret. Again, all those reasons why we should get into building them ourselves, because we got to encourage that. I mean, our IITs should be building large language model at that level, because that's a skill. There are secret ingredients that you got to master, right? But of course, as an industry, I can't afford that right now to build it ourselves. And so hopefully somebody else, and somebody as important as the government, is really investing in that area, right? Companies, even large companies, can't do that unless they have big research corpuses and so on. The second and the third are key areas where we could get into, for example. And it's much more cheaper, but at the same time, the level of expertise is non-trivial still, right? The second one's still important, very important, and we don't have enough people who can fine-tune models, who can adapt models. And that's where a lot of our energy and strength is going toward today, to really be able to train this workforce to do that, right? But the third kind of skill, which is, you have all of that and now you can use AI. I think India has a massive advantage where, because of this democratization and people being very self-learning oriented in this country, and everybody spends so much time adapting and learning, I have a feeling that this will be just a natural place for us to grow, right? And I think this is also one of the reasons why people kind of said, like, hey, let's just do the third and not do the first two because they are expensive and so on. And that's why you required agency, right? So talent is such a situation, in my opinion, really, right? I think India is not producing enough of one at this point of time. And we need more of that, clearly. We need companies to do more of the second, and hopefully the population will take care of itself and do the third, naturally. That's how I would sort of see it.
And I think you're right. Only thing is looking at the pace of it, I think more and more interventions from the industry with the educational ecosystem will only accelerate that. Otherwise, the natural adoption may take its own time. Anybody want to have some last words in terms of, because I think we are just on dot, but I think this was a really intriguing conversation. This topic can go on. We started that from 12 o'clock, right, when we met. So.
You want to go?
Yeah, I just want to add one thing on your category 3. Right? There is one thing which we see, at least we are saying is that this category 3 is now, here and now, real, and there is an immense amount of domain skills which are going to get transformed into a person using AI for that domain. Right? A marketing specialist or a marketing analyst has to use AI to generate his marketing content. Right? Similarly, it's an easiest example I could give, but even at a very sophisticated level, the domain in the world of manufacturing, world of pharmacy or pharma science, R&D, this is also going to, the third category is going to morph, or you will see that a very gray line between a domain skill and a person using AI in a domain skill. So I think that's also a talent, automatic or an evolution. I'll say not a talent reskilling, but it's a talent evolution. It will happen by itself because you have no choice but to not to use AI.
Only thing I would say is that as we start to look at the talent shortage, there's enough data today which says we're going to produce 1.2 million AI engineers, and the requirement in the market is about 2 million or whatever. I'm not so sure that the data is actually looking at the right kind of a base, because what we need versus what we are building, probably we don't know. And so we are considering this is what is needed for AI to develop, but the speed at which it is building, like, the whole aspect of the new LLMs coming into play, the building of the SLMs that are coming into play. It's not going to be simple curriculum based. It's got a lot more approach towards changing the way we think, in the way we approach a problem, and the way we question a problem. So I think the role of universities, whether it's IIT, IIT -1, 2, whatever else it is, and therefore the national education policy's role in actually starting people to address a problem differently, rather than putting a formula to the problem. If you look at the standard thing that AI has done, is that it did not put C by 5 is equal to F minus 32 by 9. It took 2 data sets and then computed a formula, right? That's what AI did. Here is an opportunity for us to be able to create that sort of thinking amongst our people, and it has to start from the universities. As far as companies are concerned, we've discussed this once long back in an anecdotal marketing program that we were trying to do in Tech Mahindra earlier, that your IT services or BPO could have a setup of human agents and software robots. So you don't need to be able to show them that you don't have 5,000 people in one area, but you have 3,000 people here and 2,000 robots to do the job. I think that, if you transpose, is not about imagining a Star Wars world where you have robots sitting, but it's about making sure that your software programmer is now next year going to do the job of 3 software programmers. How do you enable him with that?
Basically the enablers and accelerators.
Correct. And how do you help him with tool sets which are AI enabled, which make him now do 6 people. And that's what I meant when I said SMEs can now compete, can actually think about building 6 people's worth of work into one guy. And that's the only way your talent will get added.
No, absolutely, and I think we can see a lot of institutes and universities are also going in that direction as they build the talent. But I think in the interest of time, we'll have to wind up. But thank you so much, my panelists. Amazing conversation. Again, as I said, this topic can go on, very dear to heart and very real. And now, and thanks Nasscom for giving us this opportunity to having this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very insightful discussion. I take the opportunity, kindly stay back for the felicitations, sir, please. Thank you. I request Dr. Chetan Samant, Senior Director and Head SME Initiatives, Nasscom, to felicitate our panel. Mr. Anand Chitre, Mr. Ayan Datta, Mr. Anurag Sahai, Mr. Jagdish Mitra, Miss Shalini Mishra, Miss Rishu Sharma. Let's capture it with the group picture. Thank you for doing the honors, sir, and thank you to our esteemed panel. Kindly give us 2 minutes to set the table for the next session. Also an announcement, we will be having the Malaysia Roundtable in room Zara 1 at 4 p.m. if anybody would like to join in there. Malaysia Roundtable Zara 1. Expanding into non-US markets. Before we dive into the discussion, let's have a bit of fun with the acronym ABCD. It can spark multiple interpretations. Perhaps it stands for actionable business concepts and development, or accelerating beyond cultural divides. What do you think these letters could represent? Let's get them answered. Let me invite on stage our moderator for this session, Mr. Sameer Jain, founder and CEO, Net Solutions. Let's give him a warm welcome. Let us also invite on stage our distinguished panelists, Mr. Sharan Singh, Senior Representative, India and South Asia, Dubai International Financial Center Authority, Government of Dubai. Mr. Rajesh Raju, CEO, Achal IT Solutions Private Limited. Mr. Datuk Fazli Abdul Wahid, Senior Vice President, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, Government of Malaysia. Let's give him a warm welcome. Mr. Vikram Singh, Strategic Head, Investment Department for Business and Trade at British High Commission. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Neeraj Basotia, Group COO, Red Tech Network India Private Limited. The stage is all yours, gentlemen.
Thank you. Well, a very warm welcome to all the panelists. So what do you think ABCD stands for? A for adaptability, P for business model, C for credibility, D for differentiation. So I've been thinking about this all morning, so I remembered. But setting the context for today's session, ABCD for non-US markets, why is that important? The US is 62% of all the export business out of India, 17% of all export is to the UK, 12% to Europe, and the rest of the world follows. So why should an SME focus on non-US markets? Our panelists today are companies that have walked that distance, have faced obstacles, have succeeded, and also 3 representatives from different countries, one from UK in Europe, we have Dubai in Middle East, and we also have Malaysia in ASEAN or Southeast Asia. So these are prominent geographies where some of the SMEs are doing business in. But again, like I said, the question is why now? And why should we focus on these geographies if the US is 62% of the market? Well, the reason is simple. One, there are SMEs that are actually succeeding in these geographies, currently doing business, and we'll try and bring out those stories. There's also this, at NTLF, Vivek Nambiar talked about the 3 sort of areas of focus in this year are going to be tariffs and tech and talent. And tariffs being number 1, which is probably the reason why there's going to be a bit of a recession globally, but there's still going to be pockets in different parts of the world where business is flourishing. So we'll see if some of these regions represent that. So before we talk about the why, the how, what are things that we need to be careful about and how should we go about it, maybe if I can request our panelists to one by one talk about their context, where they are in the case of SMEs, how did they end up doing the business in the geographies they are. But in terms of the other country representatives, maybe talk about your geographies a little bit and why you think those are good places for the SMEs to do business in. Sharon, do you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So I head the India and South Asia business for DIFC in India. And, we as an ecosystem in Dubai today, we have nearly 1,250 SMEs and startups that operate out of DIFC. The reason these, these companies are there today in Dubai, in the UAE, is, predominantly because, one, it's a very high growth market. The tech and innovation market in UAE is expected to double over the next 5 years. So we're just over 3 billion right now, and we expect it to hit about 6 to 7 billion by 2029-30. So A, high growth market, B, we offer a favorable tax regime when it comes to these companies coming and setting up in a jurisdiction like DIFC in Dubai. Combine that with the English common law jurisdiction, so they're not subjected to UAE law, Sharia law, Islamic law. In an environment such as the UAE, they are under the purview of English common law, so that keeps them at par with centers like London, England, and other global centers. We also provide funding, to SME companies and startups. We have a dedicated fund, which is a $400 million fund. So these benefits combined with the fact, that we offer a stable business environment in the midst of all this geopolitical uncertainty that we're living in, it just makes, Dubai and DIFC a very attractive market for SMEs and startups to come and operate in. And just, to add to the benefits that I talked about, there is no foreign ownership restriction, there is no capital repatriation restriction, there is no currency or foreign currency restriction. So when you just add all these benefits up, it just looks like a terrific market for any company to come into. And if you look at Indian SMEs and startups in particular, UAE is a natural second market for them, where 40% of the population is Indian, and we've got more than 90,000 Indian businesses now in the UAE. So So it's a very natural second home market for these companies to come and set up in.
Thank you. Rajesh?
Good afternoon, everyone. So I'll give a context of our company, Achala, on how we got set up and what is the advantage of doing it in EU. Obviously, the IT services revenue is still less from an India perspective. But if you really think about it, right, so EU is around 27 countries. If you enter into any one country, you pretty much has a market access for 27 countries, mainly because there is no visa among the different countries, right? You have Schengen visa, you can travel across EU, you can set up your business, you can increase your revenue. Then the second piece is, I think we also set up an office in Bulgaria, obviously catering to the changing EU needs with Ukraine war. We said, okay, a lot of companies want to do it in nearshore, so we set up a nearshore and it was a hugely successful. Last 1.5 years, we are able to grow to a 30 people team in Bulgaria. So what I'm trying to say is timing is always, probably it is very good now for the services companies. I think EU as an economic body, I think it's struggling. So there's a lot of pricing pressure. Recently, I've heard that, the automobile companies, they're expecting at least €1 billion tariff coming from US. So they are looking more and more to push towards offshore. So if you can enter at this time and set up some kind of presence, I think you'll have a lot of benefit. I think that's my take.
Thank you. Datuk Fazli.
Okay, hi, thank you. My name is Fazli Abdul Wahid, and I'm currently the Senior Vice President with the Malaysian Digital Economic Corporation. We are basically a development agency that looks overall in terms of everything that really regards to digitalization. We are under the Ministry of Digital, a ministry that has been just set for a period about 1.5 years ago. Previously, it was a combination between the Ministry of Digital and Communication, but now communication and digital has been split up. Yeah? So, back to the question as to what Samir was mentioning just now. From the perspective of the digital economy, for Malaysia itself, the contribution of digital economy contributes about 23.2%. Okay? That's the main thing that we need to take note. 23.2% is the magic number that we are currently having. But the aim for the next couple of years is to have the digital economy to contribute a total number of 25.5% towards the GDP. Now, it may seem to be a bit small, but in order to move the needle by 1%, it takes a lot of tremendous effort. And hence why we believe India and Malaysia, after the visit of our Prime Minister to India that day to meet with Prime Minister Modi, we had already rolled out a few initiatives and programs, a roadmap, in terms of collaborating between Malaysia and India. And hence why there was a collaboration agreement that has been signed between the Ministry of Digital Malaysia with Nasscom. And within the collaboration agreement itself is to look into where are the areas that both countries can play an important role. Malaysia's relationship with India, the ties that we had, it has been going on for the longest time. It started off in 1957, and with regards to all the bilateral trade that has been ongoing since 1957 until today, we have already had about 6 prime ministers. The relationship has been very, very strong from the perspective of Malaysia and India. There had been bilateral trade in terms of crude petroleum, palm oil, services, and so on and so forth. If I'm not mistaken, with regards to 2023-2024 numbers, the bilateral trade between two countries had amounted to be around 20 billion USD. Now, that itself is not that big from the perspective of India, but from the perspective of Malaysia, it is enormous. Malaysia is the 16th, is placed number 16 in terms of the bilateral trade in Malaysia itself. So we do look into India being a very strategic partner moving forward. But since 1957, we have, as I mentioned just now, we have always been looking from the perspective of commodities, agriculture, services, and so on and so forth. But from moving forward itself for the next 5, 10 years itself, the focus and the concentration will basically be on the element or the factor of digitalization and technology. And this is where we believe that Nasscom, as well as the Ministry of Digital, our Ministry of Digital, in which MDEC is the development agency that looks into the development of everything digital, will work together to create a win-win situation for both countries. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening. First of all, I just want to thank Shivend at Nasscom for the success in the first edition of Nasscom Global Conference. Thank you for having us here today. We are very delighted to be here. My name is Vikram. I work for Department for Business and Trade, which is a UK government department based out of the British High Commission in Delhi. Our department is something like the Ministry of Commerce in India. We have broadly 3 remits. One is trade, investment, and trade policy. Trade, and I'm going to speak in the India-UK context. So trade actually deals with helping British companies come to India. Investment deals with helping Indian companies set up in the UK. And trade policy pretty much deals with, broadly 2 areas, market access and, the current free trade agreement that is under discussion between India and UK. What do we do and how do we help people? So one, of course, our job primarily, and I'm going to speak on the investment side because that's the one that I represent, where we help Indian companies set up and grow in the UK. Being a UK government department, we're not commercially driven. Let me just say that on the outset. So which means that all the services that we provide are actually free of cost. We are not commercially driven. So our services include, there are broadly 2 services. One is basically helping you set up in the UK, and then what we call the aftercare. How do we help you grow in the UK? So right from, getting your company registered, to getting you an office space, to, to getting you help with hiring people, and what sort of a legal entity you want to set up, all of that stuff can be done while you're sitting in your offices in India, anywhere in the country. Our robust, we have an extremely robust support mechanism. We have a good panel of partners who will help you to ensure that you have a very reliable and a safe experience, and a good one too, to ensure that all of this is taken care of. Once you land in the UK, we want to make sure that our relationship with you is not transactional. We will continue to handhold you throughout the entire journey. So depending on which sector or tech subsector, whether it is AI or it is different digital technologies such as data analytics or robotics, machine learning, and so on, we will connect you to the right set of people to ensure that you continue to engage and grow your business in the UK. So that's the first part of my your question, and I'm sure you'll have follow-up questions. We'll give more details on that. Why should you invest in the UK? I think there are. I can just go on speaking for a long time on that one. Just broadly, I'll just give you broadly 4 or 5 reasons. One, of course, India and UK enjoy a very good relationship, right? And India is also a key partner to the UK, and our ambition is to elevate, all aspects of this relationship, which means that obviously I can't beat the 90,000 companies that there are in Indian companies in Dubai, but there are about 1,000 Indian companies operating in UK and about 700 British companies in India. India is also the 2nd largest source of foreign direct investment in terms of projects for UK 5 years in a row, which means that there is so much of interest from India and Indian companies to continuously invest and grow their business in the UK. Between the 2 economies, Indian and British companies hire about 700,000 people, which is phenomenal. Now, in terms of reasons, I think it is a vast market opportunity. It is the 6th largest economy. A very favorable business environment. So you can actually set up a business in 5 days, and we'll help you do that. of the 1,000 Indian companies that there are in the UK, the one feedback that we get consistently from everyone is just not the experience of doing business, but overall, the quality of living, whether it's lifestyle, holidays, education, healthcare, so on and so forth. And like in the earlier session, someone said that, like I think the Australian High Commissioner mentioned, there are 1 million Indians in Australia, and UK also has a very big Indian diaspora. So in terms of technology, right, if you look at UK has the third largest best tech ecosystem in the world, behind US and China. The UK tech sector continues to grow faster than the UK economy, right? And it has the highest number of unicorns, about 170. It also has the largest, venture capital, which is greater than, Germany and France. The reason why I'm giving all these stats is just to ensure that, just to build confidence with you, to ensure that we have the right kind of ecosystem, which is very conducive for, setting up and scaling up in the UK. So, and of course, talent is something that we are focusing on, and AI. Two more points before I hand it back to Samir. Of course, the High Commissioner, the British High Commissioner earlier in the day spoke about the Technology Security Initiative, which is actually a landmark agreement between India and UK, focusing on 7 different technologies. And of course, the one which is relevant to this session is artificial intelligence. The Prime Minister, the British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, in January published a paper which is similar to India AI mission, which is called the AI Opportunities and Action Plan, which the Nasscom leaders had a great discussion during the delegation in January. So what it does is it actually strengthens the current existing ecosystem, focusing mainly on the computing infrastructure, data, and talent. So, and I'm sure we can talk more about this, Samir, as you come up with more follow-up questions. Thanks.
Go ahead, yeah, good evening, and thank you for providing me this opportunity. Sorry, am I audible? Yeah, I think it's good now. So I represent a couple of brands, actually. Truebill is what you can see here, and which is into telecom tower solutions. And there's another brand called Usha Martin Tech, which is purely into telco. We have been in this business for about 30 years now. The telco side, the tower, is relatively new into, from our perspective. Giving you a pointer, 90% of our revenue comes from geographies other than the US. Given the kind of industry we are in, so obviously our focus geographies are Africa, Asia, and EU for that matter, because this is where we feel that our industry or the infra is going to grow in the coming years, and that's where our focus is. So I can talk about a bit more once the session is open. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So we know different geographies that are available, and assuming someone wants to do business outside the US, how does one decide on the geography? I think that's an important question. So maybe I'll ask you, Rajesh, first. How did you decide on Europe?
So I think it starts when you're an SME. It depends really on who's your first customer. So that kind of sets the stage. But after a couple of years, you have to really decide, do you want to grow in this market or not? So at that stage, as I was just mentioning, I kind of chose EU to focus on, because if you're in EU with the Schengen visa, then you can reach out to 27 other countries. And the second piece is, I was thinking of mainly picked Germany, because German exports to rest of the countries is around 60% inside Europe. So I said, okay, if I am there and if I want to grow the business, that's a great opportunity for me to be there. Second, I was also debating about cultural fit of the companies, right? So if you want to focus a lot of energy in one area, you really need to think back and say, okay, is my team, is my company positioned to culturally fit to that particular country? And after working for a couple of years, I felt that, this relationship is growing great. Germans are hard to, get their trust, but once you get it, you get a great going. Once I realized that and once that relationship is built, that was the second thing. Third is obviously, how much money you want to spend, because Germany is an expensive country. So if you go to another country, maybe in Middle East or some, Germany is definitely maybe 2 or 3 times expensive, but is it worth that investment? And the fourth I was thinking is, if I want to hire the talent, can I get some, local help who can, work with an Indian company? I think these were the 4 things that helped me make that decision.
So when you decided on Bulgaria or Germany, did you go there because you found a client first, or did you decide to go to Germany and then try and find clients?
A client first.
So client first, that's
client first, yeah.
Got it. Neeraj, do you want to talk about your journey a little bit here?
Yes, of course. Look, 3 aspects in my opinion. First is obviously what kind of a product or a solution you want to sell, or what's your strategy around it. That's number 1. Number 2 would be, so that will kind of determine which geography you want to target. Number 2 would be how easy or difficult it is to do business there in the target market, obviously. And obviously your preparedness in terms of investment, budgets, etc. Once this is sorted, then comes you have to be patient for business to come. I mean, it's difficult to expect that you go somewhere overnight, you'll have success. That's not likely, not at all. That's been our experience. And the kind of industry we are in, as I said, telco and tower infra, this is obviously driven by where, so the thought process would be where the growth will happen. We have to, follow that trajectory. And in this line of business, it is very, you have to be very patient. I'm not saying this particular line. For that matter, any business, when you get into a new geography, expecting things will happen overnight is, I don't think so, is the right way. You have to invest time, energy, etc., and then give it some time to, sink in. Because you have to think of the other side also. Why will they give business to you?
Right.
So
you're saying,
this is the mantra, I would say.
So you're saying pick the niche, and wherever the market is, follow the market.
Yeah, yes, please. Absolutely.
Okay, got it. Sharan, question for you is this. Dubai is not such a huge market in terms of, and you talked about the number of companies there, really successful, number of Indian companies, but Dubai is not a very typical IT services market or a product market. So why should someone look at Dubai? Can they look at it like a gateway to Middle East, or are there any industries specifically that you think are doing well there?
So, I know there's still this perception in the world that Dubai and UAE and as a whole is not one of the the biggest tech markets in the world. But I can tell you this, that in DIFC we are now the biggest financial, technology and business hub across Middle East, Africa and South Asia. And the reason for that is, and just talking on the point of expanding, into an international market and how do you pick a market, on what basis. So Dubai, through DIFC, gives you access to capital, it gives you access to funding, it gives you access to talent, and it also connects you with potential clients, partners, and investors. So ultimately, I think the reason Dubai's model has been so successful in the last, 5 to 10 years is predominantly because of the ecosystems that it has, like DIFC. So when you use a best-in-class platform, an ecosystem like DIFC, you can then get the tools and resources to connect you with potential clients, potential investors, and potential partners, right? If you look at the private pools of capital today in the UAE, it's about $3 to $4 trillion of private capital. You add to that institutional capital, you add to that sovereign capital, and you're looking about $8 to $9 trillion of liquidity floating around in the region. right? I mean, in DIFC alone, we've got about 120 family offices that are now managing about $1.2 trillion of wealth, right? So, plus you add to that a stable business environment, a favorable tax regime, and like I said, resources and tools to connect you with potential clients. And I think access to clients at the end of the day makes a lot of difference. Access to clients and access to funding and capital makes a huge difference when you decide to come and set up in a market, be it the UAE or anywhere else. But the UAE has just been leading on that front for the last 5 to 7 years. And I think from a cultural perspective also, UAE is a great fit for Indian businesses because like I said earlier, 40% of the population is Indian and there are over 90,000 Indian businesses already in the UAE. You know, we've had several unicorns there as well. We have a ton of SMEs as well. In fact, 95% of our ecosystem is made up of SMEs.
Thank you. So just staying with you, are you also seeing a number of Indian companies flipping their businesses and headquartering in Dubai and UAE?
Yeah, we've seen a number of Indian companies come and set up in Dubai and specifically in the DIFC. I would say in the last 1 year, we've had over 100 names come from India. I'll give you a few examples. 2 years ago, we had Darwinbox come and set up in DIFC, which is a unicorn. They came to DIFC and became a unicorn in 2022. They set themselves a growth rate of 400% when they came to Dubai. They were very ambitious. They were very confident that the tech and innovation market in UAE and in Middle East as a whole is about to explode, which it did. And if you look at Darwinbox's annual recurring revenue over the last 2 years, more than 60% of that has come from international markets. So I think their strategy to expand into overseas markets and make their headquarters in DIFC in Dubai has paid rich dividends.
Okay. Datuk Fadli, what makes Malaysia an attractive destination, do you think?
Okay, I could say that, you know, prospectively, there are 3 or 4 major points that makes Malaysia as the most attractive. One being the location of it. It is basically the gateway towards Southeast Asia. Now, when we say Southeast Asia itself, this is where, in terms of the traveling time between Malaysia towards any of the other countries within the ASEAN region, it takes at least around 2.5 hours. Now, that location space allows for countries in the other Asian countries, like the likes of Japan, the likes of, you know, India for that matter, the time difference, that is the most important. The time difference between us and other countries within the spectrum, India and Malaysia is about 2.5 hours. Malaysia and Japan is about 1 hour. So in terms of communicating or having everything operationalized in terms of businesses to communicate with each other, it doesn't take that long. Yeah, that is one in terms of the positioning. Second thing, obviously, it would be the infrastructure and connectivity. In terms of infrastructure, I'm sure some of you had been to Malaysia. You've seen our infrastructure itself has been fully developed to the highest level and standards. Our connectivity as well has been very, very well done. Our 5G penetration in terms of the whole of Malaysia had now reached, if I'm not mistaken, about 87%. And that 13% is a balance where it is located in Borneo. It's a bit difficult on that side. But the likes of Kuching, Sarawak, and Sabah itself is fully connected. Yeah? But, yeah, we can talk about the location. We can talk about the infrastructure, the connectivity. But the most important thing that we have is that Malaysia has 3 racial ethnics, which is the Malays, the Chinese, as well as the Indians. Our business language is English. And this is where when we started off our relationship and ties with India, the chemistry had already been built since then due to this racial ethnic connectivity between India and Malaysia itself. We do look into talent. Now, when it relates back to talent, which we believe is the most important factor why Malaysia should be the favorite destination, our talent are very, very competitive, are well developed, and there had been policies that have been set by the government itself to ensure that the education system within our public as well as private education system is to cater for the future. Now, with the advice from the Ministry of Digital itself, who has set up the National AI Office, which will look onto the policies of AI, working with the public universities, private universities, to introduce AI as the way forward itself. We have worked with the faculties to introduce AI as being one of the faculties that will cut across other faculties. So when our students are graduated from either public or private universities, the basic knowledge in terms of, let's say, AI or blockchain or cybersecurity has already been embedded. So this is where our programs itself is going to be quite clear in terms of catering for the future. Okay? The last point will basically be on the policies that has been set up by the government. They had many policies between ministries, cutting across many ministries, working together, that had looked into developing the, as mentioned just now, the National AI Office by the Ministry of Digital. We have also developed the National Digital Economic Roadmap, which is under the My Digital Agency. We have also had the MD, which is the MD status, Nation Digital Status, that is going to push front the all initiative and programs for the digitalization, which MDAC itself has been tasked to look into the adoption of technology and digitalization moving forward. Now, how do we do that? I've mentioned that 23.2% is our current contribution for digital economy for the GDP. Our aim is 25.5%. The way that we are going to do that is that we have identified 9 main sectors in which we believe these 9 main sectors will be able to turn around the industry in order to achieve the 25.5%. We have the agriculture sector, we have the tourism sector, we have the services sector, we have the trade sector. We also look into smart cities, we look into the healthcare industry, we look into the finance industry as well, which already had been very matured in terms of their involvement in terms of digitalization. But we also are leading or forefronting all the initiative with regards to games and animation. You'll be very surprised that in terms of games and animation, which is under the digital content cluster, it had been a very successful where Japanese companies had already made an influx into Malaysia, basically because of the location that we are and the talents that we have to develop the games for the Japanese company, the likes of Bandai, the likes of PlayStation, who had set up their offices all around Malaysia itself. So we have the good track record with regards to the intakes of foreign companies coming in. They are very happy that they have been setting up their offices. We have also many companies from India that had set up their companies, their offices in Malaysia, and have been working together along with our ministries, our agencies, as well as MDAC. Yeah, thank you.
So we are already running out of time, but I do want to spend a minute and a half with each one of you asking this question. What have you seen succeed? And maybe you can talk about SME specifically. And what should next steps be? How do you incorporate? Should you incorporate or should you not incorporate? Should you find a local partner first? So we'll go from there. So Neeraj, do you want to pick that up, please?
Yes. Sorry, the first part of your question was?
So what are the next steps, for example, someone decides, what should you do to succeed in that geography?
Look, from a broader perspective, as I said, I have mentioned it again, it has to be the right strategy and you have to be patient with the strategy. In terms of the next step, look, it all depends which market are you targeting. There are certain markets where at least I feel, for example, Africa, you should be looking at local partners, given the ecosystem, the environment, etc., all put together. Very difficult to set up and do business directly. There are cases. I mean, we did something similar in South Africa, setting up business there. But increasingly, we are finding it difficult to, expand in Africa without partners. That's one side of it. Now, when we come to Europe or maybe to some extent Asia also, it is much easier to do business directly. Either, whether you want to set up an office or a company or whichever way. So it all depends on which which market you are in, what's your strategy, and that's how it should be. Yeah, thanks.
Vikram, what works in UK, you think? What have you seen succeed? Any stories quickly?
I think, and I'm going to keep it very quick, I think there are 2 or 3 things that work very well. If you look at, as you rightly mentioned, that UK is the second largest market for Indian IT and IT services. Normally, and there are about 1,000 companies. So one of the things that work quite well is, while it's very easy to set up, we always encourage that you have some sort of a local presence in the UK, right? You could do it in the form of a joint venture, or you hire one person there, or you could also, there are some companies and tax firms that also provide outsourcing services for business development, right? One of the reasons why Indian companies are so successful in the UK is because, one, they have a very cost-conscious approach. For example, especially from SME's point of view, if you want to set up, right, one, you don't have to travel all the way to UK. We can give you all the information while you're sitting in your offices here across different regions and locations, and any information regarding sectors or subsectors. 2, our visa requirements do not stipulate for any kind of capital investment thresholds per se. So which means that there is no minimum capital investment requirement. So you could just come with a bright and brilliant idea, as Neeraj mentioned, be patient, and if you have a great product or a service, it will automatically speak for itself.
Okay, thanks. Datuk Fazli, any story that you can, of an Indian company that's done well in Malaysia?
Oh yes, there's so many Indian companies that set their operation in Malaysia, and to be honest, they had been with us for the longest time. One of them, I think the most successful one that had always been with us since the year 2000 has been Tata Consulting Services. Not only that, they've set their office quite near to MDEC's office, which is in Cyberjaya, they have also managed to secure a lot of projects, especially in the finance industry as well as the healthcare industry. And they had already built up their so-called Center of Excellence as well in Malaysia to cater for the ASEAN region. Now, looking into the perspective of having companies from India, the process is not that difficult, to be honest. There are a lot of incentives that are given and support that is given. Incentives in terms of tax incentives, foreign advice on foreign knowledge workers to be brought in, advices on grants that is available within. From the startup point of view, we have an agency that looks only for the startup, up to catalytic type of grants, up to export types of grants. So, our approach that the government has been taking, not only for India, but for most of the other countries, is to have an open system that allows people to come in, to do business, but to make Malaysia as the hub for ASEAN region. And this is where I think we believe that, yes, we are just above Singapore, for those who doesn't know where Malaysia is, just above. And even Singapore itself had already had an agreement to set up a special economic zone with the southern state of Malaysia, the first, I believe, SEZ that is between 2 countries. I have a colleague of mine that looks into that. He's somewhere around here.
I don't think.
Just step
He's
away.
behind there. But we do have a booth there behind the Malaysian Digital Economic Corporation. Please feel free to hook up to my colleague over there, and she'll be able to give you all the necessary information that is required. But to make the matter easier is that our government has already implemented as well as introduced an open system. In terms of applications, we can be done online. We have the platform which is integrated within all agencies. It's very simple. Have a look into their websites for basic information. Have a look into the MDEX website in terms of the advantages, the support, the incentives that technology companies can get in terms of the Malaysian MD status. Yeah? So that is basically in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think from an SME point of view, especially coming from India, I'm assuming the resources are very limited. If the resource is a constraint, then my take is either go with a partnership, especially if you're trying to enter European market, because it takes a long time to form the relationships and the trust with the European companies. So if you already have a customer, that's okay. You can enter directly through the customer relationship. Otherwise, I would strongly encourage to do a partnership.
Thank you. Sharon, you can have the last word.
I really think, when it comes to succeeding in an international market, I mean, you got to really keep your costs down. You got to keep your taxes down. You've got to connect with potential customers ASAP, and you should be in a strategic time zone that lets you do business globally. I think these are, 4 factors that I would consider very, very important. Dubai lets you do that through the IFC. We have a 0% corporate tax rate on qualifying income. You can set up in DIFC today for as little as 18,000 rupees a month with a co-working space. And the strategic time zone with Dubai is absolutely brilliant to sit and do business globally. And we do give you the tools and resources to connect with potential clients when you come and set up in Dubai, in DIFC. We support you in your growth journey. We don't just give you a license to operate in an office space and then tell you to go figure it out. We actually support you right through your growth journey and help you succeed. And that's the reason, like I said earlier, we've become the biggest tech and innovation hub across Middle East, Africa, and South Asia in the last 3-4 years.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know we hurried towards the end, but you've offered great insights, and hopefully all of you found it useful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen, for this invigorating session. I now request Mr. Sameer Jain to felicitate our panel. Mr. Sharan Singh. Mr. Rajesh Raju. Mr. Datuk Fazli Abdul Wahid. Mr. Vikram Singh. Mr. Neeraj Basotia. Let's also capture a group photograph. Thank you once again, gentlemen. We shall now break for tea and reconvene shortly. An important announcement, we have the Malaysia Roundtable going on in room Zara 1, if anybody would like to join in. Also, kindly stay back. We have received the confirmation from Honorable HCIM, and he shall be joining us in the evening. See you on the other side of the break. Next segment is a fireside chat on a vital and timely topic, navigating change, the shifting US landscape, and impact of FTAs on enhancing bilateral trade on the tech ecosystem. With ever-changing policies and regulations, staying informed and adaptable is the key for tech companies. Understanding the US administrative environment can help companies stay compliant and seize opportunities. This session will provide valuable insights and practical advice on how to thrive amid these changes. To moderate this session, let me invite on stage Mr. Shivendra Singh, VP and Head Global Trade Development, Nasscom. Let's give him a warm welcome once again. Let me also take the opportunity to invite our speakers for this session, Shri Rajesh Agrawal, Additional Secretary, Department of Commerce, Government of India. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let me also invite Mr. Rajesh, Executive Vice President, Global Head of Operations, Chairman and Managing Director of Cognizant India. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much to our panelists to have accepted this session. I think, there is probably no other session, and I can say that with utmost confidence, which will elicit this kind of interest in terms of the focus these days. In fact, it's become like an hourly, storyline which comes, and you know which country I'm talking about, the United States of America. But both the gentlemen here really need no introduction. But just to give you a bit of a download on Rajesh Agrawal ji, he spearheads a number of FTAs which are being discussed. And also, he was there very recently in the US with the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister. There may be certain areas that we would probably seek his thoughts on. We have Rajesh Warrior, who's, again, doesn't need any introduction. Cognizant, having, hundreds of, 350 or 1,000 employees globally. A lot of them in India, IT services and consulting firm. And today, I find it a privilege because, you can get a corporate perspective as well as perspective from the government. And that is what I hope to try and achieve in the session today. So, just as a background, we have seen, as far as US is concerned, the Mission 500. And I think while there has been a lot of noise about the US in terms of trade imbalances, tariffs around the world, I think the joint statement of the Honorable Prime Minister and the US President clearly highlights doubling the bilateral trade to $500 billion. And a lot of that will come through technology. And hence, we as companies are in a prime position to take this opportunity forward and see how we can contribute to this target. I think this is a great opportunity for all of us, and we will try and dig into that. We are also seeing that, as you would have seen earlier in the day, we've had sessions on what we call ABCD, which is the non-US markets as well. And we also had the Australian High Commissioner, the British High Commissioner, as well as the German Ambassador. So while we did the first trust program between US and India, by the way, we've started implementing the joint statement in letter and spirit both today. So we will kind of see how we move forward on the AI piece. So I would like to start with you, Rajesh Agrawal ji. In terms of the US, it remains the largest market for the tech industry. Nearly 62% of the $244 billion exports is the US from an Indian perspective. Given the drive towards Mission 500, what are your thoughts on how India's sector can accelerate this goal? And what is the advice from the government to us to support this doubling the bilateral trade numbers?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Singh. Thank you for having me here. First of all, I completely agree. This U.S. trade relationship has been the talk of the town for now few weeks because of the new nuance that is coming in the whole trade relationship globally. The new trade narrative that is being driven by the new administration there. But as far as India and US is concerned, what we have seen that we are two complementary economies. With all the noise outside on the trade that we keep on hearing, we have been growing consistently in trade over the last 10 years. If you look at Trump 1 administration, you look at Biden administration just before this, in last 8 years, we grew from around $110 billion of trade, bilateral trade, to around $190 plus billion of trade last year. So that means we have been clocking good growth, and this growth has been driven both in goods and services. So that way, I think we are in good zone, and there is a lot of people-to-people connect, business-to-business connect, and a lot of business supply chains, both in services and goods, which are so interconnected that they have more or less insulated themselves also from some of these parlays or discussion that are being discussed around with tariffs and things around that. Having said that, I think the joint statement of 13th February goes on to reinforce this relationship and also lays down a very ambitious target before all of us to see how we can further double this trade over the next 6 years to more than $500 billion. And if you have to do that, I completely agree that tech partnership will play a major role. One of the key drivers, if you look at the India's export basket also, or India trade basket also, if you look at, though we are consuming a lot of goods, we are importing a lot of goods, but it is the services growth which is actually driving our exports globally. And today, we had last 3 months, if you look at data, I think the services exports are somewhere in the vicinity of goods export also. So, and this services export also has been largely driven by many of you sitting around in this room. So I think, and this is going to grow on because we have seen now IT is more of an horizontal commodity which is part of everybody's life. When we do more goods also, I think we package in more services. And that's why we feel as we grow, this is one area where overall trade growth between India and US will also take place, and globally it will take place. And if it's going to happen globally in a big way, I think India with its demographic dividend, big STEM professionals that we have, pool that we have got in this country, is very well placed to leverage this opportunity. Today, one more interesting development that you note across the world is that globally also if you observe, the growth in services trade is much higher than the merchandise trade. The share of services trade, which used to hover around 10-12%, is now beyond 20% in the global trade. And we intend seeing it maybe reach around 30% or so in next 10 years or so. If that is going to happen, I think India is going to be a natural beneficiary of having a very strong STEM pool. Because one of the key drivers of these global services growth is also now mode 1 mobility. You will see that the composition of India's export also mode 1 has started playing role, because world over now after COVID, one of the good outcome for India has been the world has realized that they can use technology and they can use connectivity to see that services are sourced from across the borders, from distant land in a very seamless, smooth and a very efficient manner. And if that happens, I think it will be good for India. And I see this happening in a big way when it comes to India-US relationship also. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajesh ji. I think we were just sitting with the US Embassy folks in our back, and their numbers are 220 billion. So we've already gone 30 billion plus, which is not a bad thing. The numbers we have to achieve is slightly lesser now. We don't know the bilateral numbers though, in terms of export and import. but at least it's in a positive spin. I think logical segue to you, Rajesh. You run one of the largest IT services and consulting firms, and again, a very, very strong US headquartered company based with a lot of presence in India. What is your take while all this noise on lowering trade imbalance, reciprocal tariffs are being done? What are the green shoots you see in the US market, given it's the largest market for tech? And, as Rajesh mentioned, that, while we get a lot of noise, there are a lot of positives. How do you see that translating on the ground?
First of all, Shivendra and Nasscom team, thank you for having me here on this session. It's a pleasure to be with Rajesh here on the stage, two Rajeshes together. Cutting through the noise, Shivendra, and noise obviously is very much there. Let's take a momentary look at the US economy and the data around the US economy, right? Because that is important for us, for any industry for that matter, and definitely for tech industry also. If you look at the interest rates, let's look at some basic parameters, right? Look at the mortgage rates. The 30-year mortgage rates today is a shade below 7%, which is a good thing. It's just come down below 7%. I don't think it'll go down any further right now, but right now it's about 6.9, 6.8% thereabouts. What it is doing is it is continuing to fuel the real estate market. The numbers that I have read is we are expecting around another 11% growth in new housing, new housing creation, which is a very good sign. Demand continues to be strong on the housing side. Look at the job market itself. The job market has been largely flat. It's not dropping, which is a very good thing. Retail sector has, grown a little bit, so it's moving in the right direction. That's not a challenge. If you take the financial services sector, which is very important for us as tech industry, the last quarter, the financial services sector declared some very strong numbers. So they have done very well in the quarter. Healthcare is also doing very well. So overall, from a tech industry standpoint, the market seems to be, noise aside, the market still seems to be stable. There's good green shoots to be seen in financial services sector. It's there in the tech sector. It's there a little bit on the retail sector. I think Rajesh Nambiar also talked about it yesterday. I saw his article in the press on the same lines, and I kind of concur. Now, keep the industry story going, right? And now layer it with the emergence of AI. I can tell you for sure that the entire US market looks at India as the service pool which they will rely on for their tech solutions, including AI. This is going to become the largest AI hub for sure. There's no question about it. Look at the incoming GCCs, for example. Your own Nasscom figures show that there is a significant rise in GCC, right? It's a good thing for us as tech industry. For example, Cognizant is partnering with a number of companies who are looking to set up GCCs, helping them through the process of setting up GCCs, except maybe for the large brands who know how to go about it. A lot of the companies actually are not quite sure about, when we have conversations with them, they're not sure about, okay, which city should I go? What should be my policies looking like? How do I hire? Where do I get the right talent, etc.? So it's companies like Cognizant which is hand-holding them through the process. So overall, I think there is plenty of green shoots and more right now, if you ask me.
Yeah, and and there are side benefits also. So we had the Germans in the morning, and they were talking about the fact that if automotive tariffs are going to go up, the pressure on automotive OEMs are going to become higher. The pressures become higher, the offshoring becomes higher, and India comes into the scheme of things. So, as you said, there could be, collateral benefits which probably we are not seeing at this juncture, but they can come out as well as we move further. Rajesh ji, coming to you, we just wanted to change the US thing because you wear multiple hats. With India negotiating multiple FTAs, and you've been involved in a lot of them. While, you know, it'd be good to hear what you think about the agreement with the US by fall or the next 6-7 months. How do you see that? But on a wider basis, I think we heard a lot of people talk about supply chain resilience, supply chain alignments, and you yourself said that it's not the easiest to kind of decouple it, you know, despite various efforts to do that. How do you see all of these play out, and especially the negotiations that you're doing in terms of the next generation trade agreements? Especially, you know, how do you see that benefiting our tech and digital economy?
Thanks. First of all, we need to see that what has happened over the last 20 years. If you look at the developments across last 2 decades, you will see majority country after WTO, the major part of the world has got into this foray of having bilateral trade deals, trying to work on comparative advantages of partner countries and trying to propel economic growth in one economies. That has happened, and today we have got more than 370 odd bilateral trade deals which are operational across the world. And we see a large amount of trade that takes place today across the world is under the ambit of these deals. Either it is part of a common market like EU or Mercosur, or it is majorly a part of some trade deal. So if India, as a big country and aspiring to grow big, cannot afford to remain outside this ambit, because if I have to create opportunities for our industries, our industrial growth, and also make truly global companies, we need to create and stitch FTAs in a manner that there is enough predictability in terms of tariffs, in terms of regulatory environment, long-term visibility to our investors, domestic investors, to take that long-term business calls. It is also necessary that when we look at growing fast and growing for a long term, we will need foreign direct investment. We will need foreign investment, foreign technologies, which are very imminent and critical to our growth, the way we want to grow and we want to aspire, if we want to be Viksit Bharat by 2047. And that can also happen when we are able to have right kind of agreements with developed economies, which are where the pool of capital is available. We are able to have those agreements where the industry there feels that this is an opportunity. The agreement provides an opportunity to see India as a prospective market. And it is for the developed world also, if they want to create India as a market also, they need to send their companies to invest here to create a permanent pull for their products in this economy. And at the same time, for India also, it is necessary that these foreign investments and technologies come so that we are able to fast track our journey and leapfrog. We are not spend our time reinventing the wheels which have been invented somewhere else. So this is a journey which is something which was imminent on part of India, and we have started taking it. In last 4 years, we have done 3-4 big agreements. One with Australia, one with FTA, with developed countries. We are trying to do something with EU, UK. And now the big one that the opportunity has come where India, US are talking of a bilateral trade agreement. If you can get all these agreements around the table, I think what happens that India, as it is with its potential emerging market, is a big attraction. With its demographic dividend and the talent pool, it's a big attraction. And then if we can top it up with a predictability in terms of tariffs, in terms of regulations, in terms of business environment, I think we really have the right trifecta to attract investment and grow these economies. So with this vision in mind, I think government has been progressing and will keep on pursuing it to create the right business environment for both domestic and international investments in our country. Thank you.
And I must, you know, thank you very much. Thanks the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister and all of you to be able to resolve the very sticky double tax avoidance agreement. You mentioned ECTA, the double tax avoidance agreement issue and the royalty issues. I think the industry, you know, has managed to save a lot of money. So I think huge thanks on that. Coming to you, Rajesh, I think, you know, if we go a bit more granular, you know, because there's a lot of SMEs here in the room, and I wanted to pick your brains on this. With AI, we had a very good session on AI, and a lot of companies and startups were talking about it. How the barriers to entry have come down, where through AI they need less number of people to do a lot of work. So given that, how do large companies like yours work with startups and SMEs? What is the advice that you have, for a strategic engagement for a number of SMEs here in the room? If they've got to work with Cognizant, for example, how do you see, what are the recommendations you would have for the SMEs here in the room?
Sure, Shivendra. So let me first tell you that, I have run a company myself. I did a startup. I had the opportunity to run it for a while. I raised funds, exited, etc. So I've been through an SME journey myself. So, so having lived those shoes, I understand quite a bit of the challenges that SMEs go through on a regular basis. Now, when you look at a partnership with a large company, whichever the large company may be, I think there are 2 or 3 things that would be useful to keep in mind. Why does a large company look for a partnership? One is there is something that the SME has which gives the larger company an advantage in the marketplace. We are always looking for that, right? We may be working in healthcare sector. Cognizant, for example, is really dominant in the healthcare sector. We may be working in healthcare sector for a long time. But if there is some solution that the SME has, which gives us an advantage in the marketplace, if I call my sales guy and I tell him that, Shivendra runs his SME and he has this, they will be on it right then and there, because that's winning in the marketplace is very important. So one is, the differentiation aspect in the market. The second is capability. Now, keep in mind that there are a lot of companies which are in the billion to $20 billion range, which don't necessarily cover every space that their customer needs them to. So you could find a $5 billion or a $10 billion company which hypothetically does not have a capability around a ServiceNow or a Salesforce or Adobe or something like that, right? And if you have an SME which is an important player in that and has got depth in it, there is a significant possibility of partnership, because you want, as a company, to go to a customer and be able to address their needs end to end, right? So one is market differentiation. Second is capability. Plugging my capability gaps, right? The third is potentially a geo gap, right? I may have a company which doesn't have presence in certain markets. For example, LATAM may not be a great, strength for us. And if there is an SME which has uniquely built a capability in a geography, then that really works very well, right? So having said this, I also want to talk a little bit about, the fact that AI is a leveler. In my mind, all of us are at the same starting line when it comes to AI, largely at the same starting line. So SMEs have an opportunity to break through using AI as a leveler. Excuse me. Sorry. So SMEs have an opportunity to break through. And building solutions in, let's say, healthcare, financial services, or any of the verticals. Today, the customer is not looking at, oh, are you a large company? Then, I need an AI solution from you. They need an AI solution which will get them ahead in the marketplace themselves, right? So I think it's a great leveler, and it's really once in a lifetime opportunity to break through and make that difference. To that example that you were talking about, you don't have to be a 300,000 people company. You can be a 30 people company with some great AI solutions and actually making a difference in the market. So that opportunity very much exists, and that's the innovation part of it, right? So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Rajeshji, I can't leave you without asking the US question, So you were there in the US with the Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister. Is it possible to share any update? If we were a bug on the wall, what would we be hearing? And anything which you think is shareable, of course, you could share with the audience here. were you also looking at collaborations around skill development, workforce mobility? What was the discussion all about?
Thank you. I think, first of all, yes, I was part of the delegation and we had very good engagements in the United States also because this was an also opportunity to engage with the new administration. By the time we landed, the new administration, especially our counterparts, the trade and the commerce ministry and the trade ministry there, they had just taken over. So it was one of the few early engagements that India was able to have with the new administration. I think our discussions were very constructive. This was also necessary in view of the fact that our leaders has laid down a trade and investment pathway for us, and it was necessary for us to discuss how do we actually work on it now. What is the granularity and the timelines that we work on it, because fall of 2025 is just 6-7 months ahead. So that was something that we discussed, and I think we are progressing on a good path. We are regularly in touch with at various levels. We are engaging very deeply, and we are working towards seeing that we can actually actualize the joint statement in the form of a bilateral trade deal by fall of 2025. There are multiple thoughts and media noises around 2nd April and the reciprocal tariffs. To my mind, frankly, this is a policy decision of US government. This is a direction that they have decided they want to walk, and they are doing certain internal investigations and inquiries. I think as a country, we should react, respond, or think about it only when something is very concrete for us. At this juncture, I think US bilaterally is working with us and is working towards a bilateral trade deal and working very positively with right speed. So I think it is the time we invest energies in those and try to move that forward. And that has been our approach at Commerce Ministry. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Rajesh, coming to you, I am not going to leave you lightly as well. So, given the current volatile global situation within inverted commas, what is the importance of focus on diversity in workplace, including leadership diversity mix and focus beyond gender diversity?
So, in my mind, diversity is a very important topic, Shivendra. I think this is something that has been, worked upon for many years. It doesn't really change overnight. It continues to remain an important topic. If you look at the Nasscom data, industry tech sector has 36% women in workforce, right? And I think it's a good place. It's a good place. It's not the place we should be resting on. It's a place where we should be working further on. Cognizant has close to 40% women in workforce. So we are going to continue our journey on working through that. We have actually a very comprehensive program, which is called Shakti. We partner with Nasscom actually on Shakti. It's a framework, and I really love this framework, so I'm just going to take a couple of minutes to talk about it, and I know our time is up, but please bear with me. The way we have structured this framework is, it is about literally supporting women's career through the years, from before they join the workforce. So right from the college time, we have a program called Nurture Her, which is when the women are in the college, helping them address basic things. For example, what happens when you get a job in a different town? What are the objections you will come at home? How do you handle the objections? How do you manage when you go to a different town? To, creating career aspirations, showing them role models of examples, and getting them to think more about building the career than just graduating and, probably getting married and moving on in life, right? To when they come to and join Cognizant, the first few years we have a program called, Be Gritty. It's about standing up and understanding how to navigate the organization and figuring out what career options they have, all the way through managerial level, right? So we have a fairly structured program, and Shakti is a very well organized program. And I think it's just reflective of the fact that we believe diversity still carries a lot of importance, and we'll continue to champion the cause.
Great. Yeah, time's up, and we could have gone on, but I wanted to express my deepest gratitude to both of you. I think, can we have a round of applause for the speakers, please? And Rajesh ji, we'll probably meet after the 2nd of April and have a discussion around that. But thank you so much. I just wanted to let you all know that please join us at 6 p.m. The Honorable Commerce and Industry Minister is going to be coming. So all of you, it would be great if you could join us at 6 p.m. too. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for this very interesting session. I now request Mr. Trivandrum Singh to felicitate our panelists. Shri Rajesh Agrawal. Mr. Rajesh Warrior. Thank you once again. We also have a round table going on in room Zara around winning strategic deals if anybody would like to join in. Moving on, let's now uncover some more strategies to effectively enter and thrive in the dynamic US market. Our final panel discussion for the day focuses on navigating the US market. This session will provide sharp insights into the opportunities, policy shifts, and growth strategies tailored for Indian SMEs aiming to succeed in the US. Let's welcome our moderator for the session, Mr. Vivek Kalagara, CEO, Data Foundry. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us, sir. Let us also welcome on stage our distinguished panelists. Mr. Priyankar Bed, CEO, OHI. Let's give him a warm welcome. Mr. Ranjit Goswami, Global Head, Corporate Affairs, TCS. Also joining us, we have Ms. Nivedita Mehra, Managing Director, USISPF. Over to our panel.
Good afternoon, namaste. Let's start with a raise of hands. How many people operate in the US market right now? I guess a fair amount of people in the room are operating out of the US market. So let's start with Nivedita, asking a question to Nivedita. How is the US-India strategic relationship shaping up, and how is it going to impact the SME market?
Well, thank you for that, and very honored to be here. Thank you to our organizers, Nasscom, for having us. As the name of my organization suggests, we're right in the space of the US-India Strategic Partnership. We're a non-profit that represents over 400 American and Indian companies doing business in the corridor. And in the last 10 or 15 years, what we've observed is more and more there's an opportunity for the innovative tech companies to partner with US large multinationals to find their way into the US market. We had seen a huge push with the SaaS companies, and now that shift is clearly visible for us in the AI space. But coming back to your question on where are we on the US-India Strategic Partnership, we've had multiple shifts in the relationship, and despite all the noise that you read and see, I have to say that it's one of the most stable relationships with an upward trajectory. We've never seen any backward movement in the US-India strategic partnership in the last 2 decades. We have bipartisan support in the US for the relationship. And what we've seen is with every administration coming, there's different ways of framing it, but ultimately the key elements of the relationship move forward. So before I turn it over and turn it back, I think 2 points which I wanted to point out. In the last 60 days after the Prime Minister's meeting and visit to the US, we've seen a critical emerging technology initiative being renamed as Trust. And I think you'll have had discussions today on Trust, so I won't get into it again. But the other part of it is the compact, which talks about defense and technology and space technology. And so the ability of India to partner and tech companies to partner in those areas, in very sensitive areas, which have been previously blocked by export control rules, is really a shift in mindset. And I think those are opportunities which are opening up, and it speaks to the larger US-India strategic partnership. So I'll stop there for now and then come back.
I'll follow on question for you on that, right? These strategic relationships and the big companies in the strategic areas, they tend to focus on working with bigger companies in India, right? How is the partnership or how is the relationship pushing so that the smaller businesses in India also benefit from the opening of this relationship?
No, absolutely. We were with some of the White House officials this week, and one of the comments which really stood out to me was our economic relationship has to catch up with our strategic relationship. And I think that really is telling of where we need to get the companies much more engaged, the SME sector specifically. In the past 5 years, the frameworks that have been put in place are key areas where the companies can get engaged and involved. We've had something called the Indus X platform, which was run by both governments. And again, organizations like ours play an important role in that bridging piece. So it gives you the assistance you need to find the right partners in the US to access the market, access funding and capital. Those are all important aspects. We've also done a lot of awareness building with the large American MNCs, where now they're looking very closely through university partnerships in India, as well as the incubators which have now developed significantly here. So I think that's happening. It's a slower process, but definitely the mindset shift is occurring.
Great. It's a slow process on the strategic relationship perspective. But from an SME perspective, Priyankar has charted it well, and he has focused on a niche area. And Priyankar, what do you see as the common mistakes that we do and what we should avoid entering into the US market?
So I think, this session, which is usually the last fag into the session, is usually a challenge to always panel, and I hope you can take some key takeaways here. But there are a few things I think we can share, which I can share from our experience, and we've built it very organically over the last 16, 17 years. One thing I think a lot of SMEs would be good to keep in mind is US is very large, right? It's huge, and now that's very intuitive, it's obvious, but when you start doing your go-to-market, your sales investments, your marketing investments, the dollars quickly catch up, right, with your reality or your wallets. So I would say that it's better to first focus on a specific geographic area within the US, or a certain industry, or a certain area which you specialize in, because that really gives in a differentiation for you. Right now, it's a very mature market. If you are a generic jack of all trades, it's going to be difficult for you to really make much headway in the market, right? Why would the customer want to engage with you when there are 10 other companies, maybe 100 other companies who say that they can do the same thing? So that's one. Second is a bit of a dichotomy that US is large, but it's still local, especially at the SME segment, right? So if you are dealing with a Fortune 500 company on the other side, that's a different thing. But if you're dealing with a mid-size company, maybe family-owned, reasonably large regionally, what works for you is that they are very local in their outlook. So if you have some initial customers there, a local reference really helps versus, let's say, a California reference will not help that much in Ohio area, right? So, I mean, it's always good to, again, start locally there, specifically in certain areas. And, that's the second thing. The third thing is it's very cluttered as a country in terms of marketing messaging, right? So all your messaging, your value prop has to be very crystal clear. Often that's not the case with SMEs. We tend to, our communication ends up being a list of our brochure, like our services, which no one really has the time to really look at it, right? So I think it's important, and the onus responsibility is on the SME to give a very clear understanding to the customer on the other side that what you can do and what you can't do. And I think that's where a lot of our SMEs miss out, because we promise everything under the sun without reality being in place for that, right? So it's good to always say that I just do this, and then you can always organically expand to other areas based on your customer's need. Look, once the customer comes in, we are very good with farming the accounts. That's what has been the reason why all the companies have grown. The challenge is in getting that customer, right? And for that, your communication strategy, what you are giving as a message has to be very simple. And because US is a very marketing heavy society, right? So it's important to kind of take that into account. So these are some 2-3 pointers.
So as a segue from that, we'll expand into Ranjit's question. Ranjit, as a broad services company that TCS offers, what do you see the main growth areas from a technology perspective in the US are right now? Or what are the certain untapped opportunities in the US market for companies or smaller companies that you have been noticing as part of your journey as TCS?
Thank you, Vivek. Firstly, my pleasure to be here. Thank you, Nasscom, for bringing us together. I think undoubtedly artificial intelligence is the leading part when it comes to what is going to be driving the next phase of growth. And not only in the US market, but fundamentally services across countries. And we have, the good part is that we have good visibility as to how this could probably grow, how this is traversing across sectors, how it is becoming more and more sector-specific use cases rather than one size fitting all. And I think that's where all the friends from the medium and the smaller segments could focus on. The metrics of AI industry sector and a particular situation, I think that's very important to focus on. Apart from that, we also see the challenges around cybersecurity and how the organizations are becoming more and more cautious about it. So that's another area which is very important. Whether it is guarding the critical infrastructures to the data of the company. And as AI becomes more pervasive, it will become even more important for the cybersecurity aspects to kick in. So these two are definitely on the top of the list.
Wonderful, Ranjit. Pivoting back to you, Nivedita. Aside from AI and cybersecurity, which we heard overloaded here, what other areas should SMEs focus on as part of the relationship? Because there is a lot of untapped opportunity there.
No, absolutely. So obviously the one other area which is top of mind for us is the semiconductor space. We've had a very good success story in the defense semiconductor space with one of the first announcements being incubated out of the IndusX project. Small Indian company, Indian founders who are now being funded even by the US government for this project. So I would definitely say there is no limit on the horizon, but that's one key area given the complementarity of what India is trying to do versus what the US is trying to do. And there's an opportunity as we build this ecosystem in India for a lot of the startups to explore what role they can play. I was just in Gujarat for a semiconductor meeting recently, and one of the companies which has announced a big play in the ATMP space is actually a textile company. So he was sharing his journey from being one of the largest textile manufacturers in India to taking the jump into semiconductors. So again, like I said, a lot of innovation out there, a lot of opportunity, and it's really one of the sectors where, given the government support, the ecosystem that we're seeing being pushed by them, there's a huge opportunity.
Wonderful. Actually, semiconductor is a space, and tech companies, especially IT tech companies, should provide solutions around that. And there is a metallurgical portion to it, and then there is the IT portion to it. And people should focus on the IT portion as well, where there is a lot of untapped opportunity. Given that...
Sorry, just on that, I mean, the design aspect. India is the design hub, and, as we talk to the large US MNCs, they can't find enough talent. So definitely a space, a niche space where we've got, again, a big advantage.
Wonderful. Now, let's say, a small Indian company is specialist in certain part of a semiconductor manufacturing or a specialist in AI. How does a company like TCS enable them to reach greater markets? Because these small companies don't have the market reach as TCS has. So how does TCS enable these companies reach the customers that they generally would not reach?
Sure. The speaker before this panel, Rajesh Warrior, was there on the panel. He spoke about how many of the SMEs have a very specific solution that fits into the larger, solves a larger problem, which many of the major companies may not have. I think that kind of a relationship is symbiotic and the way to go forward. For my company, I would speak, for example, we have a practice called COIN, which stands for Co-Innovation Network. Now, Co-Innovation Network is fundamentally a network of our own R&I labs around the world, the academia across the world, startups, entrepreneurs who would have a small intellectual property or a small solution. When we sit down with our major customers around the world and we realize that there is a specific problem, for example, could be US, and we have a partnership with somebody, maybe SME out of Australia, which could come in and plug this problem. So that's where the partnership begins. But that relationship and that knowledge of each other's presence is very important. So that is what this COIN network does. And I'm sure that each of the large companies which are operating in the US and other markets have something similar from a partnership perspective. But there is something to be cautioned about that should not be the only mode on which the SMEs relies upon. Normally, we receive about 200 applications per month for such partnerships. And at the end of the year, normally there are 1 or 2 partners which finally are able to make it. So there is a lot of, kind of filtering that happens at that stage. So that's the reality.
Yeah, you really need to be trend-setting and creating really innovative technology to be part of that. Absolutely agree. Now, moving away from technological aspects, there is a lot of softer side to the relationship building that needs to happen. And as a small business, Priyankar has done this very well. Can you share some insights on how to go about building the softer side of the relationships, and how do you establish those relationships into a long-term relationships?
So I think, the first thing which I can share is that don't sell services, sell capabilities, right? Because services is something which generally a lot of us start with that, okay, that, we can do this for you, we can do this, this is our service which is there, right? So when you have to sell capabilities, you have to really understand the customer better, because, you can't sell it without that. Second is, don't sell in the first instance, right? So if you're in a conference, and I've seen that often when I've gone in a couple of Nasscom sessions, learning missions or trade missions which are there. And often the SMEs, we end up just giving our business cards and selling what we are doing, right? Without understanding or building a relationship or whatever short relationship which is there, right? So I think you need to invest in building that relationship, which means that you have to be comfortable with, networking as it is, and without just looking at using that first connect to really sell everything what you have, right? So that's the very quick second thing which is there. Third, I think, well, it's very intuitive, but it's still useful, is US particularly is a very, if you look at it, it's a very, as I said again, very local society, right? So which means which football team your client follows is also important, right? So when you're building a relationship and when you're out with them for a drink or, a dinner, so I think get that background info, which is there, always have some of that. Now again, that's very intuitive, but there are very small things which really help. The final or the fourth thing I can definitely, refer to is that, when you're looking at culturally, I think with US, the good thing is that there's a lot of cultural affinity already. It's not a very new geography in that sense. It's not like you're selling to Japan or Latin America, for example, right? So to that extent, use that or leverage that, So, that similar cultural affinity is a very strong starting point, and that is something which we use for communicating with all our clients and building that relationship. The final thing is that, especially it's relevant for slightly larger SMEs, is that build relationships across the level, right? So you have a decision maker, you have an influencer, and you have a doer. Each of them are important. A doer who is there, who's coordinating with your ops team, is very important in the scheme of things, and they need to have some relationship with them. An influencer, again, is something which is very important to know who the influencer is. Often you don't even know who the influencer is in that decision making. So I think some of those parts are important to have, not just relationship with the top guy, but also at various levels. You may not have it, but maybe your operation team has it, So some of those things are necessary, so which means you need to train your managers, your people to build that relationship with them.
Wonderful, Priyanka. So the last question for all of you, and we pride ourselves with the STEM graduates, the number of STEM graduates and everything, but there's always a gap in the skill sets. And there are some shortages across all the sectors that we are looking. How do we upskill our graduates to be at a world-class level in the technologies that we are talking about? And anyone can answer that question.
See, frankly, we use a term future-ready workforce or future-ready, skill sets. I think that's fundamentally a catch-up game. Technology will always grow exponentially, whereas the ability of the human beings to adopt the skills to run that technology will always be algorithmic. So the fundamental point to understand that is that your skills force or the workforce has to be ready to adopt the next change that is coming in. And that's fundamentally important to even adopt it as well. So I think we, from that perspective, naturally the academia and the students who come out of the colleges and other places are ready to adopt the new technologies, but they only get an exposure to that when they reach the companies. And for that, we run a program naturally, and like any other company, we run programs where we try and upskill them and bring them to speed with the latest skill sets. There is a continuous reskilling and upskilling program that goes on. For a company like ours, which is present in 55 countries, represented by 152 nationalities, and has a total strength of 607,000 people across the globe, we really can't go and teach a person in the classroom. So it's a virtual, own time, own device, own speed learning process, which is continuously going on.
Wonderful. I guess the red time's up sign is blaring. So thank you all. Wonderful insights to all the fellow SMEs. And if you have any questions, you can directly reach out to them and have a talk with them. Thank you again.
Thank you. Let me request Mr. Vivek to felicitate our panelists. Ms. Nivedita Mehra. Mr. Ranjit Goswami. Mr. Priyankar. Thank you. We ended the panel discussions for the day on a really high note. Now to wrap up and share key takeaways from today's sessions, please welcome Mr. Maulik Bhansali, co-founder and CEO, NetWeb Software, an exemplary leader in the tech industry.
Good evening, friends. I'm not going to say thank you yet because we have a lot more to come and a lot of exciting things happening. And we are going to go into the next session soon after a small break, which is going to be our SME Inspire Awards. We have today close to, I'm told, 250 plus businesses, techs, SMEs from across the country being here today. And it's a big day for all of us. So while we are going to have that soon, and we'll be joined by Honorable Minister Shri Piyush Goyalji, I request you all to be there and really see the magic unfolding as each winner comes and takes away their award. The day started with a lot of energy in the room, and with our President Nasscom addressing us, welcoming us, setting the context was phenomenal. And thereafter, each and every panel, including the Indian ambassador and other excellencies who were there, sharing their nuances. Geopolitics, of course, plays huge on our minds, but only thing came out very strongly, one of the strongest thing which came out, that it's all about technology at the same time and relationships. So we are in the world, we're in that era where it's all about collaborating, partnering. A few days back, I read something very interesting, which said that gone are the times where businesses used to run and make money or create wealth by doing the known things. Welcome to the era where now businesses are going to generate wealth and grow by seizing the unknown. That is a big one, and I do not know how to really figure that out. But today, one thing I can tell you that one of the big takeaways today has been collaboration, partnership is one that pillar to look at, to grow. And to grow even in the unprecedented times like this, but it has huge promise when we talk about bridging the gaps, bridging the economies through technology. And we have seen that today. A lot of our small, medium businesses have been in and around here. They were part of a few fantastic roundtables as well today, where we had several countries presenting their opportunities, their markets as well. And of course, we also had their delegates also part of those meetings. And I could see as I was walking around and also meeting a lot of friends that they could actually discuss partnerships. That's fantastic. If not this, what else can really bring value to all our businesses? So my big thanks to Shivendra and team to put this together. This must continue and not just remain point of discussion for us here, but I think it has a great potential to kind of bring things now on the floor, take it to the next level, where we can collaborate, we can partner furthermore, and I think this must continue. It has huge value for all our businesses. So thank you so much for doing this. I also appreciate, we had the Minister of States, Mr. Jitin Prasad amongst us today, and he also shared what India is looking at, the opportunity that India presents today. It's unprecedented. And I think the kind of digital infrastructure, digital public infrastructure that we are putting together is a springboard for a lot of opportunities. And a lot of our businesses are already working around that. We also talked about AI, which of course talked, kind of in every different ways we hear and talk and see how it has kind of created a lot of opportunities as well. So start looking at AI as tailwind and not headwind. We are looking at how different countries are also looking at AI, how different regions are actually collaborating. I was also part of one of the roundtables, which was US-India initiative and trust initiative. What a fantastic thought that is. And a lot has gone into future initiatives of that, including AI, quantum computing, semicon, and so on. A lot of talking points today, which I'm sure will be taken forward to be able to put those into action. And outcome of that, in my honest opinion, is going to be a very, very dynamic, fluid situation amongst us where we can exchange ideas, we can talk ideas, we can do business together, and so on and so forth. It's all about co-creation, as I heard from our friends from the industry, including TCS and Rajesh from Cognizant. It's all about collaborating. I think everyone is looking for collaboration, whether it is large or small business or medium business. So we must take that opportunity, figure out our niche, our leadership, and drive our values towards that and value creation towards that. So friends, thank you so much for being with us today. And this is not a thank you note to end for the day, because we have a lot more coming up. We have our awards coming up, our SME awards, which are just in a few minutes. We'll have that after the break. Let's join us for that. Thank you so much again being with us, and looking forward to that wonderful award session with you all. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhansali, for beautifully summing this up. When we started the day today, we spoke how coming together is a beginning, staying together is progress, and working together is success. And you spoke about the entire journey. So cheers to working together from here onwards and upwards. We shall again reassemble here for the awards ceremony. See you there, everyone. And thank you so much for being such an interactive audience. Thank you. Shri Piyush Goyalji in a few minutes. So we are just waiting for him to get our awards started. Thank you for your patience and presence here.